Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scholars, dear colleagues and friends, good morning and welcome to the University of Latvia for our international conference, The Grammar of Time, Ontologies and Practices Across Cultures. It is an honor to open a gathering that brings together researchers from more than 20 countries, representing fields as diverse as physics, philosophy, anthropology, religious studies, linguistics, literature, neuroscience, cultural studies. What is time? Why now? We meet at a moment when time has become both a scientific puzzle and a cultural pressure point. In theoretical physics, from Einstein's relativity to quantum gravity and the work of scholars such as Vlatko Vedral, Carlo Rovelli, and many others, we find an extraordinary proposal. Time, as we imagine, it might not exist. Not as universal flowing river, not as an objective container moving from past to present to future. Instead, the physical world might be built from relations, events, and interconnections that only appear to us as a time. Yet paradoxically, this non-existence of time shapes everything in human life. Doctors studying circadian rhythms, psychologists exploring memory and attention, sociologists mapping technological acceleration, economists modeling long-term behavior, political scientists predicting crises. Every one of these disciplines relies on temporality, or biological bodies, or emotional landscapes, or rituals, or educational systems, or climate responsibilities, and even our conflicts depend on how we structure time. Thus, we live in fascinating tension. In the equation of physics, time may dissolve, but in rhythms of life, time is very grammar of meaning. This is why this conference is timely. Our world is accelerating. Social media collapse horizons, climate change forces and thinking centuries rather than news cycles. Cultures collide and overlap, often not because of their values differ, because their temporalities differ. A grammar of time across civilizations. So we have many different topics, monochronic and polychronic temporalities, ancient Egypt, Vedic notion, Igbo calendar, Turkic perception of time. There is no single time, there are grammars of time. And we are also relating quantum theory with Taoism, with Zen, with Madhyamik Buddhism, with neuroscience, and so on and so on. The climate crisis confronts us with planetary time. Technology compresses time into immediacy, creating what sociologists call social acceleration. Migration and global mobility bring many refugees from different countries together. Politics itself is shaping by temporal imagination. We have reference on all these topics. From Einstein and Bergson to the present dialogue, very important regarding our keynote speaker, who is professor in theoretical physics, and is talking about Einstein and Bergson. We will get back again to the very beginnings of that dialogue. From Einstein, time is what objective, measurable, but relative to no motion and gravity. For Einstein, for Bergson, time is lived experience, duration, memory, consciousness. So we are asking, how do human beings inhabit time? How do we shape it? And how does it shape us? And what can different cultures teach one another? Time is written, structure, identity, ethics, freedom, relationship. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin. Let us come closer to our subject. Once more, thank you so much from all the countries coming. And now I will give floor to Professor Tom Stencis from the government of Faculty of Humanities. Please, floor is yours. Just a couple of introductory words regarding our conference.
Well, good morning. Do you hear me? Yes, very well.
Yes? Okay, fine. So, dear conference guests, colleagues and organizers, I'm no professor, just a leading researcher. But anyway, please let me greet you in the name of the university and in the name of Faculty of Humanities. And I'm very proud that this conference takes place in our faculty and is organized by our Department of Asian Studies, because the research strategy of the University of Latvia stands on two pillars or two I's. And the first I is for internationalization, and the second one is for interdisciplinary cooperation and knowledge exchange. And I believe that this conference we are meeting today is the par excellence implementation of this strategy, as it brings together such wide range of disciplines and has this very, very strong international outreach. And here I must especially say my regards to Asian studies and the strong trajectory of international cooperation the Department of Asian Studies is taking, as usually many subdisciplines, let's say many subdisciplines in the faculty are reaching more towards Baltic partners or in European research area, but this conference is truly global event, and I hope it will serve as an encouragement and example for all researchers at the University of Latvia. And with this, I wish you productive, interesting, engaging conference that will result also in long-lasting and strong research collaborations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Although we have we started early, but you know, regarding time, there are two options: whether we are starting early or we are starting late. Because if we consider time as imagination, then probably better we are starting early. I'm asking, I will introduce you short to our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker, Professor Mārča Auziņš, who is one of the leading scientists in Latvia, is well known also abroad. He worked in many countries. He was doing research in China, in United States, in a prominent universities like Berkeley. And he is not just connected with a kind, as we say, with Western science, because sometimes we are creating artificial contradiction between East and West, Western and Eastern science. Science is science. And Professor Auziņš is deeply connected with both traditions because he is also deepening in Eastern spiritual traditions at the same time, being very much connected with theoretical physics and with deep science and applied science. That's why we decided actually as a cross-discipline, not as a cross-disciplinary, but we say interdisciplinary, because the point is to create new disciplines, not just to cooperate in an isolated way. That is our approach. Is our approach of University of Latvia. I'm asking Professor Mārča Auziņš, although time is early, but it is no problem, whether Professor is there already, our keynote speaker.
Yeah, I'm here and will be happy to present my talk.
Then probably, despite now we have 9:45. If our keynote speaker agrees, then with his permission, I would kindly ask maybe he could start with the first very important presentation, as it is the first for our conference and also a kind of introduction for the whole conference about the old but very, very contemporary important non-dialogue between Einstein and Bergson, as professor told. But we can switch it to a dialogue. So, Professor, please, with your permission, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kļaviņš. First of all, I would like to congratulate Faculty of Humanities and personally Professor Kļaviņš. I think to put together such a meeting, such a conference with so many interesting and prominent speakers, it's a really great achievement. For me personally, it's always a pleasure and a challenge, actually, to step out from my immediate bubble in which I'm doing my professional research, which is quantum physics, as Professor Kļaviņš said, and try to reflect on the subject a little bit broader. But of course, this means that probably my talk today will not be kind of a very strictly academic talk. I would say more that it will be personal experience. I would like to share my personal experience and personal thoughts about time, because when I'm doing my research in physics, time means for me very concrete and very well-defined thing. And when I'm stepping out from my professional duties, like everybody else, as a person, I experience time probably in an absolutely different way. And this is kind of what Professor Kļaviņš actually in his introductory remarks already outlined. And this is a controversy which exists always. And I guess that discussion and arguing between Albert Einstein and Bergson was a very good example for that. And I will use it as a starting point for my considerations. Now I would like to share my screen. I hope that I have permission to do that.
If there is a problem, Ilse has already, I guess, your PowerPoint. If not, you can send it and Ilse will open it.
Probably not, but I will try. I think that it will be working. So.
Yeah.
Do you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So, title is a difference between Einstein's and Bergson's understanding of time. And when we are speaking about people, for me, it's always kind of good feeling if I can see the particular persons. Because my feeling is that sometimes when you are looking at faces and then trying to understand what kind of people are in front of us, it helps to understand their thoughts and to understand their arguments. And currently you see Albert Einstein and Henri Louis Bergson. And if I'm asking my colleagues currently, what do they know about Einstein and what do they know about Bergson? That a very typical answer would be that everybody knows a lot about Einstein and not so much about Bergson. Why I'm mentioning this, because during the time of discussion, what will be kind of starting point for my presentation, at the beginning on first part of 20th century, actually Bergson was much more famous and much more known than Albert Einstein, who at this particular point was rather young and controversial researcher. And this also maybe puts some kind of context on all that discussion. I just was not able to resist one of the references, this book about physicist and philosopher, Jimena Canellis, author of this book, which was printed some years ago at Princeton University Press, and I would like to address everybody who is willing to dwell deeper in this discussion on research side and also on the side of personal relations. This is excellent book, at least as a starting point, and maybe not only as a starting point. But I will start my consideration of this topic a little bit earlier, not exactly from the moment when Einstein and Bergson clashed their opinions. And I will start from Saint Augustine, and with his very famous book, Confessions. And actually, one particular chapter of this book, one of the particular chapters which I would like to make my starting point is chapter number 11, which is directly titled Time. Of course, St. Augustine was not the first one in the history of philosophy and history of humankind who addressed a question about time. We can easily think about Zeno paradoxes when Zeno was elaborated, what time means and how much we can divide time and is the smallest portion of time and things like that. I think that question about time was always one of the interesting points of discussion in different intellectual circles. But St. Augustine was my choice for this context for one of the obvious reasons. First of all, it happened rather a long time ago. You see, it's 4th, 5th century of Common Era. For my Latvian colleagues, I would like to advertise. Probably this book doesn't need advertising, but not so many philosophical texts are translated in Latvia in such an excellent way, in such a precise way, like Confessions of Augustine. It was published in 2008, and if you know this book, there is text in Latvian and original text in Latin. In our European culture, when even if we are not able precisely read Latin text, the Latin terms in some sense are related to our language as well, and sometimes to compare even just without precise understanding of meaning, Latin text and Latvian text also is kind of very helpful, because we know that translations is something which is not simple, not easy business. For my particular case, quotes which I will be using during my talk are mainly from this book, which is from New City Press, Augustine's Confessions with commentaries and extended notes, which again is very helpful. But just to come to the main part of my talk. As I said, probably this chapter is one of the most philosophical parts of Confessions. And as many deep philosophy books, this one is not exception. Maybe questions which are asked are more important in particular case than answers which are offered. And actually, in many cases, Augustine didn't offer particular answers to these questions. He's posing questions, exposing contradictions, exposing deepness of the questions. And maybe question which we are asking currently and question what was asked by Augustine was what is time, and his one of the answers which he offered during his book is this one. And I think that many of us can subscribe under this quotation. At least myself, I perfectly think that it resonates with what I am thinking about time. And Augustine is saying, when no one asks me about time, I perfectly know what it is. So we have feelings that we know what is time, and how we relate to the time. But, continues Augustine, if I want to explain it to someone who asks, I don't know. So I am not able to explain what actually time is. And if we are asking where the difficulty lies, why it's so complicated to speak about time and why it's so complicated to explain what time means. And probably this is in some sense obvious, in some sense not so obvious, and this is what actually, again, Professor Kļaviņš already outlined in his introductory remarks, because there is two kind of starting points if we are considering time. One starting point is coming from science, and maybe good examples for this approach is Newton, Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein. And for them, of course, time is what measures a clock, what clock measures, which is very direct and very kind of simple answer if we are coming from a standpoint of science. But in a minute, I will show that maybe even this approach is not so obvious and not so free from controversies. But then, and I guess that some of you, at least at the other side of the screen, are historians. And for historians, probably time is what's measured by calendar. We are trying to understand when some events happened, when St. Augustine lived. And there's precise data measured by calendar when St. Augustine's lived. And third approach, probably, maybe there can be even more of them, but third kind of clear-cut approach to the time. This is what we are experiencing, what we have in our feelings, what we have in our experience. And probably this is approach from Henri Bergson. In contrary to Einstein's approach, which is the first line of this enumeration of different approaches to the time. And at this point, probably it's good moment to raise one probable, or to voice one probable reasons why we have this controversy in approaching and discussing time. For me, always there is an open question when we are speaking about time from psychology viewpoint, from viewpoint of Henri Bergson, from viewpoint of other philosophers who approach time from this direction. And if we are speaking about time from a viewpoint of physics, are we speaking about the same thing? Is actually, and there's two possibilities. Probably one is that there is one thing, time, and you can look from different perspectives, from philosophy, from science, and still speaking about the same concept, about the same idea. But equally well, it can be that actually there's two different things, and principally different things, which we are calling time when we are approaching it from the mundane viewpoint, we are approaching from psychology, when we are approaching it from kind of continental philosophy, let's say, and different thing, which is very vaguely related to first one, when we are speaking about time as the researchers, when we are speaking about time as scientists. And actually, if you would be asking me under which of these statements I would subscribe to the last one. that it's different things which are called in the same name. And actually, if we are looking in physics and if we are looking in hard sciences, this is not exception. We have several situations. Probably list can be rather long, but one example which I would like to mention here is term probability. And if we are speaking about probability in our everyday life, and we are speaking very often, what's the probability that it will be raining this afternoon? Should I take umbrella with me? And the feeling is that I probably know what is probability. I have a very good understanding what is probability. If you would be asking mathematicians, if it is the same probability what mathematician is defining by term probability, probably we will find that it's something completely different. And in mathematics, people are still struggling to understand what is probability and how to what is the proper way to define probability. So this is not exception, but time, I think, is one of the cornerstones or case studies when we have the same word for, to my feeling, completely different things. And if we are looking from the viewpoint of physics, what is time? And maybe it's a good idea to connect it also with space, because time and space in physics always is going close together. And even in Einstein theory, these are two dimensions of the same global entity, what Einstein is calling space-time. This is why I started this short discussion about these different approaches from space. And according to Newton, space is something which exists independently on objects, independently of matter. It's kind of, I don't know, container, not physical container, but something in which all things are placed. And it seems to be rather reasonable approach, which we are thinking about how matter is organized. So you can have empty space, and then you can put some matter there, and then some things appearing in this space. But according to Einstein, actually it's something very different. Actually, according to Einstein, space is not something rigid and which is done once and forever. Actually, according to Einstein, space is something which can be deformed. And properties of space depend on the objects which are placed in this space. And one of the examples or illustrations which is very often used and will be useful for our discussion today as well is if we are thinking about space initially not as three-dimensional space, which we have all three dimensions there, but as a plane, as a two-dimensional space. And if there is two-dimensional space, Einstein would ask us to imagine as a rubber surface, which is plane. When you are stretching rubber, it assumes kind of flat surface, and this is space in which there's no objects placed in. And if we are placing some object there, according to this illustration, let's say, you are putting some heavy object on this rubber membrane. And of course, rubber membrane is bent in the place where the object is placed, and space is deformed. What does it mean? It means that actually if before distance between 2 points on this rubber surface was some certain distance, now it's becoming longer, because if some object is moving between 2 points on this rubber surface, if it's bent, you are initially climbing down, then you are climbing up, you are going a longer distance. And if time, for example, is something which is spent to travel from point A to point B in bent space, in curved space, actually it takes longer. It means that even time somehow follows what's happening with the space. So what I'm trying to say is that actually space is much more complicated in modern physics than it used to be when we are thinking in simple way about space. And about time, it's even more complicated. Because one of the approaches, which is very simple, with which I started, the time is what clock measures. And again, it seems from the first glance very simple. And if we are synchronizing our two clocks, I am synchronizing my clock with your clock. And if our clocks are precise, which are running according some very precisely defined rules, then our clocks stay synchronized or showing the same time always. This is, again, classical physics. This is how Isaac Newton was thinking about time. If we are coming to physics, actually, it's not so simple. And one of the ways, by the way, why Henri Bergson was very much against this time definition, he said, if we are thinking deeper, some strange situation appears. We are saying, according to the classical physics, that space and time are two independent things. In modern physics, it's not so simple anymore, but if we are sticking with this classical physics, and Henri Bergson definitely was thinking in terms of classical physics, he said, colleagues physicists, you are thinking that you are speaking about time when you are measuring time with your clock. But actually, what you are doing, you are transferring time kind of domain into spatial domain, because you are measuring time with movement of your mechanical parts of the clock. It means movements in space. It means a spatial movement you are equating to time, which is completely wrong according to Henri Bergson. Because if time and space are two different things, that you can not think that you are approaching the deepest meaning of time if you are substituting time with moving of physical objects in space. And this kind of grandma clock, probably many of us have seen that, when this pendulum is moving right, left, definitely it's movement in space. And I can only agree with Henri Bergson that it's not exactly what we mean by deepest meaning of time. So here, do we really measure time? And his answer was no, this is not exactly time. But it appeared that even my initial statements that probably time is something which we can measure by clock, and if we are synchronized our clocks, they should run simultaneously, continuously, for forever. That's not exactly what's happening. And one of the examples, and this example I am choosing to demonstrate that these different features of time and different peculiarities of time is not something which is very abstract and doesn't relate to our everyday life, because nowadays when we are using GPS systems to navigate, actually these strange properties of time, which I will be naming in a minute, actually something which we are using continuously, probably without knowing that, but to have precise positioning when we are using GPS systems, all these strange features of time always are taken in consideration, always are introduced into calculations. Otherwise, we would be getting completely wrong readings from our GPS systems. And one thing which we probably have heard about, if we have time and very precisely, and clock, and very precisely synchronized clock on the satellite, and this satellite is moving on some orbit, what physicists and astronomers call geostationary orbit. It means that it's always positioned on the same place over the Earth's surface. It's something like 65,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, moving with speed something like 11,000 kilometers per hour. It's not so close to the speed of the light, so it's still from the physics viewpoint, not very fast movement, but even with that one, for each day, our clock on the satellite loses about 7 microseconds per day. It lags behind the clock on the Earth each day by 7 microseconds. Means that it's a rather substantial delay. And actually, this is, again, I don't have time to go to all the details. Question is if it really lags in time. It's tested very precisely with atoms, that atoms really moving slower with this kind of time delay as indicated on the slide. Does it apply it for example, human bodies on the orbit? Because astronomers and astronauts, and then if they are on the space station, they experience this time delay as well. And it's impossible to measure, are they really some number of microseconds younger when they are returning to Earth in comparison what they would be if they would be staying on the Earth continuously. And Henri Bergson actually argued that it's something which maybe relates to some physical objects like atoms, but not to the biological objects. And in some sense, we still believe that it relates to the biological objects as well, but there is no experimental test for that. But actually, it's not the full story. Another moment which should be taken into account is that the space closer to Earth, which is a massive object, is bent in more substantial ways than it's bent in the place where a satellite is moving. That means that this bending of space makes time to tick slower. And actually, when we are living on the surface of Earth, we experience slower time in comparison if we would be in the outer space. And this time difference actually is even larger. You remember in the previous slide, it was 7 microseconds. Now it's 45 microseconds and the opposite direction. Now clock on the Earth is ticking more slowly than the clock on the orbit by 45 microseconds per day. And both these effects should be taken into account when we are doing GPS measurements. But my point in this particular slide is not so much to illustrate how GPS systems are working, but more to make a point that time is nothing absolute. And even if we at some point synchronize our ideal clocks and moving apart for different conditions, different speed of motion, different gravitational fields, clocks starting to be ticking slower or more rapidly, depending in which particular situation we are facing ourselves. But coming maybe back to St. Augustine, I think that this is a good place to continue discussion. And again, I think that this is a very interesting quote from St. Augustine from the same chapter 11. And he's, of course, he was doing theology, and this is why he is referring to God, referring to Lord. And those of us who are churchgoers, it can be related very directly to addressing Lord. Those of us who maybe are not so kind of actively involved in church activities can simply relate it as a statement about certain things. And what St. Augustine is saying, acknowledging to you, Lord, that I still do not know what time is, I also confess to you, Lord, that I know I say it in time. So it means that everything which happens, and our discussion today is happening in time, and we are absolutely aware that this is a particular moment in our lives, and a particular moment in time when this discussion is happening. And at the same time, we have this difficulty of different viewpoints to try to understand what exactly time means. And there is also a kind of hint, I would say, maybe not direct mentioning about psychological time. Because what St. Augustine is saying here, and maybe I will not be reading word by word this statement and this quotation, you can read it yourself, that the psychological situation, psychological environment, outer noise, and maybe even more important, inner noise, what we have in our souls, in minds, again, it depends what attitude we would like to take. These different situations influences how we experience time. If it's moving fast or it's moving in particular moment very slow. And actually, it's interesting to notice that even at that time, even 2000, almost 2000 or 1500 years ago, when St. Augustine lived, already this discussion how to measure time and how psychological time relates to physical time or time measured by devices was open, was up into the air. Because one of the statements which is addressed by St. Augustine is that maybe we should measure time as a movement of celestial bodies like moon, sun, stars, which is kind of absolute in some sense, which is happening always, it's always with us. Maybe this is something which determines and defines that time is moving. Because we can always ask philosophical from one side and very practical question from the other side. If we are placed in some I don't know, empty room, our watches and clocks are taken away from us, how do we know that time is still moving, that time is progressing? We always can say, okay, if I am there, my heart beats is some internal clock which indicates to me that time is moving forward. But if I am not there, even I as a person is removed from that empty room, how do we know that time is moving? That time is progressing forward. One of the ways what was suggested 1500 years ago and even earlier, that movement of celestial bodies maybe is something which can be measured by time. But then St. Augustine argues, but maybe we should have something more down to earth, let's say. If there is a potter's wheel and this potter's wheel is constantly moving, maybe this is some good indication that time is moving forward. But again, it means that there is some physical object, physical process which is happening when we are thinking that time is moving. And actually, it's not trivial. Again, should we have some physical processes happening to know that time is moving, or it's enough, or it's something which is happening without us moving that? And not to go into the details, and definitely I will not be trying to discuss Martin Heidegger here, and definitely I'm not qualified enough to discuss his philosophy. But we know that one of the most famous, his Tractatus, one of the most famous, his philosophical works, Being and Time, was addressing exactly the last point which I made. So being, existence, how it relates to time. So my question, if some physical process should be there for time to exist, it's in some sense addressed in Heidegger's book. Of course, it's one of the most complicated philosophy books, and I'm always happy to cite and happy to refer to Roger Scruton. Maybe you know this philosopher who is one of the most used to be. He died not so long ago, 2020, one of the most interesting conservative philosophers from United Kingdom. And why I'm mentioning him here, he was really a deep thinker and exactly about problems which we are addressing today. And if I would be expecting that there is somebody in philosophical circles who really understands and have understood Heidegger, I would claim that Roger Scruton should be one of them. And then is coming his citation from very famous book of him, Soul of the World. And he's saying about Heidegger's being and time. He's saying formidably difficult unless it's utter nonsense, in which case it's laughably easy. So it means that even Roger Scruton is not certain what attitude should be taken against this philosophical text of Heidegger. And most probably it reflects not only difficulty of the text itself, it also reflects the complexity and difficulty of the question about time in general. And again, coming back to this psychological feeling and psychological part of the time, what St. Augustine is claiming that there is very important point to make and a very important position to take when we are thinking about time, that it's some continuous existence between past through the particular moment, this moment in which we are existing, and to the future. And his claim is that if we are trying to have feeling of time, understanding of time, and to feeling that time is something which is moving, that we always should have this feeling that there was something in the past, and the moment in which we are living currently, in the moment it will be past already. And then there is something in the future, something will be happening after this particular moment. And if we have this inner feeling about this continuous process, only in this moment we have this feeling of time. And this again relates very interestingly to another one very deep text. It's Dante, Divine Comedy, again one of the pieces of brilliant pieces of literature or piece of philosophical texts, which I think also addresses this inner feeling of time and personal feeling on time very deeply. And when he was discussing hell or discussing what is happening in the hell, and one of the ways how he described hell was very interesting. He said that some inhabitants of the hell, people who appeared in this realm, that they experience past, they anticipate future, so in some sense they have feeling about future, and they for them present moment doesn't exist. And if this present moment doesn't exist, there's only future and anticipation, and only past and anticipation of future. Probably this is what Dante describes as a hell. What is really hell, what's miserable situation, what is something what not anybody would be willing to experience. This is feelings that time loses present moment. I think this is a good moment for me to conclude my very brief introduction. Yeah, there is one quotation again. Professor Kļaviņš at the beginning mentions that I have some, I don't know, experience with Eastern culture and Eastern philosophy. This one, actually, which sounds like a little bit trivial citation or quotation, yesterday is history, tomorrow is mystery, today is a gift. Actually, it's coming, and this is actually photography of a whiteboard in my office at the university. But this quotation is coming from a very interesting situation. I was visiting South Korea some years ago, and as a physicist, I was invited to South Korea Nuclear Research Center, very much place in which time is considered what the clock is showing, and very much place in which we expect that people will be thinking very exactly. And this was inscription, large inscription, and this is photography of that inscription, which was placed on the front entrance door to the South Korea Nuclear Research Center. So it probably shows that these different attitudes and different notions about time are not only very much apart one from the other. From the other hand, it's very closely related and very closely connected together, and people are not thinking only in one way about time, physicists in one way and philosophers in the other ways. That probably both parties in some sense are thinking rather similarly. Okay, maybe this I will be skipping, and maybe to finish a little bit lighter note, not to make it so serious and story. Actually, there is one moment in the Confessions of St. Augustine when St. Augustine is making jokes. And it's not book full of jokes, but at least one joke is there. And St. Augustine is relating his story to the following question: if God is eternal, if God exists forever, what world and earth is created at certain point, according to the Bible story and according to the physics understanding as well. Earth appeared at certain point in the time. So what was God doing before he created the world? A little bit unserious question, maybe serious question. It depends how you are looking at that. But this is one of the few jokes which, as I said, St. Augustine was telling what God was doing before he created the heavens and the earth. And his answer was, he was preparing hell for people who when thinking about deep questions, are asking foolish questions. It means that you always have this. Each foolish question has deep meaning, and each very deep question, if it's not thought properly over, can be considered as a not very deep question. And of course, he continues that there's no foolish questions. All questions are serious if you are thinking seriously about them. This is a good point for me to conclude my short presentation. Here's my email address. I don't know if we have time for discussion now and if there will be questions for me now. But if anybody would like to ask me questions afterwards, my email address is here. You can write me emails. And now I'm saying thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor, for a great and as usual, very, very, very interesting presentation. There is always challenge with Professor Auziņš, because I had experience. There was a project about zero in mathematics, and that was also connected with different traditions, connected with Indian philosophy, with Chinese colleagues, Arabic, and so on and so on. And that was approximately. So we are doing crazy things in the best way, also in Latvian University. And keeping that tradition and connecting the sciences. So I'm so grateful for that. Still, if somebody has a question, please Of course, many professional questions could be asked afterwards by email. I will provide the contacts. It is not a secret. You know, email Professor Auziņš. But please, now questions immediately because we have time. I see Professor Taivans has a question. Please.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank very much Professor Auziņš. Very inspiring presentation and instructive, and it's very interesting to listen a physicist speaking about time, because it's one of the great questions, and I think that not only St. Augustine has begun with this story, but well, I wanted to ask Professor Auziņš about one question about a near-death experience. You know, there is plenty of information about this matter, and well, one of the common reflections of it is that there, so to say, in the state of clinical death, there is no time. It's very interesting. It's one of the common statements that there is no time. Well, okay, I must say, first of all, that my personal opinion here and after your presentation is that probably time is, well, a sort of matter which belongs to our existence on the earth, and in the existing state of our mind. But when the shape of our mind is changed, then the time disappears. And so the relativity of time is a very interesting matter as well. For instance, in the people living in Southeast Asia, it was interesting research by Stefan Lansing, how the time is understood there. And it depends on, firstly, his finding is it's depending on the ripening of rice, the main product of Southeast Asia. And it's 210 days, and therefore the year there is 210 days, not, the turning sun or moon around the world, so quite another. And so I would like to say that probably time is very loose, especially in history and where it is when there is no physics. But in physical world, we see that also it is quite loose. It's more precise than in history, but nevertheless it is changing. So, well, my main question is, how it depends on human mind. When the mind is changed during the NDE, then, time disappears. Well, is there any answer to this question?
Yes, I can try. And as you already mentioned in your question, maybe it's more a question about consciousness, about human consciousness, how we experience different things. And only then it's coming to time. When I'm thinking about human consciousness, and actually near-death experience, it's one of the kind of extreme points when something is happening with our consciousness. At this moment, I am very much in the position of men who is coming from science, because my inner feeling is, and of course it cannot be proved, that our experience is a property of a bunch of atoms from which we are constructed. So I am, as Mārcis, I am constructed for large number, but finite number of atoms. They are interacting in a very complex way. And actually, one of the mysteries of psychology is still how from the material substance consciousness appearing, how unconsciousness in the sense that we have emotions, we love somebody, we hate somebody, even those of us who are saying that we love everybody and doesn't hate anybody, I will not believe that. I guess there's always people whom we dislike, in some extent at least. And then my feeling is that at the moment when my body will be disintegrating and atoms will be going loose, at that moment my consciousness will disappear. And I have only one argument, which I think at some extent supports that, because when I'm consciously deciding to do something, deciding to lift my hand, you're seeing I lifting my hand, and all the neuroscientists know that it means that some electronic currents and chemical reactions happened in my body, and my hand was muscles contracted, and my hand was raised. As a physicist, I have never seen that electrons would be moving because somebody is thinking about them. So electrons are moving because there's very concrete physical interactions between them. And this lets me think that there is no soul which is coming from somewhere into me, and then this soul somehow determines what I'm thinking and what I'm deciding and how I will be moving my arm or leg. So I still am in position that everything which happens in my physical body. And then if we are coming to your question about near-death experience, then probably my feeling would be that it's still something which is happening in our body, not necessarily only in the brain, because we know that it's much more complicated, that our thoughts are appearing not only in the brain but in the body altogether, but it's still something which is coming from our physical body. I don't know if I am answering your question, but this is, and if there's changing experience of time, then again it's something which is happening in our consciousness, like all the this time which we experience in all the philosophical texts which we analyze today, and probably there's many more of them. That there is this personal experience, and this personal experience can be altered by complicated circumstances in which our body appears and complicated processes which are happening in our body. This would be my answer.
Thank you. So we shall go on thinking about this.
This is what we are enjoy to do, and why we are coming to this type of conferences.
No, it's actually excellent, because the answer from Professor Auziņš was really showing the correlation or the relation. I would even use the term dialectics, or the connectedness, because really, if time, often regarded as a foundational scaffold of reality, becomes critical in moment, if reality is essentially relational, then temporality itself cannot remain an independent or absolute dimension. And really, from the referat, we see that instead, time must be understood as emerging from relations, interactions, as the answer of Professor was. And if so, then actually all the aspects are important in relation. Thank you so much. Thank you for the question, and thank you again for the answer that clarifies more the meaning of the conference, because of the relation. All the dimensions of our science and all this meeting is indeed important as an interdisciplinary and also cross-culturally. That's additional justification for our conference that comes already during the conference and not before the conference. Thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, still there is a little time. I know it's not allowed to hold the professors longer, but we still have, because we started earlier in time. If there are brief questions, please use, because even spontaneous questions, as we saw now, the question of Professor Taiwan's is guiding us again to different answers and clarifying the whole meaning. Please, if you have, floor is yours, whoever wants to ask. If not, I would say don't be shy. Professor is open, really very open-minded. Don't worry. If you just send, please send even if you send the email to the conference email, I will provide to him, and he is answering all the questions. Is no worries. All the questions will be answered. If there are no more other questions regarding our structure, I thank, let us say, thank you once more, Professor, for the introductory speech, because it was enormously interesting.
Well, good day, all the distinguished speakers, professors, and colleagues. So I'm proud to announce that this section we will start with presentation of our distinguished Professor Valdis Pīrāgs, who is also director of our International Indian Studies Center. And his presentation title is Understanding Cross-Cultural Differences in Time Perception. And so if there is no technical questions, then I think that the floor is for Professor Valdis Pīrāgs. And please, you can start with your presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, and I'm really honored to present you my thoughts, which are not my thoughts, but my interpretation of different previous thoughts on time perception. And why I'm doing that is because we are on the crossroads of major changes both in globally and in our country, in Latvia as well. And as usually during such moments of big changes, there is a time for important questions, and we are in many cases in trouble if we don't respect cross-cultural differences, and this can really prevent successful integration of our culture here in Latvia. But as you will see, it refers to the global problems of cross-cultural dialogue, and time perception, I will show you, is an important part of it. And now I will try to share you.
Just press on the button where you see probably three separate quadrants, and first of all, just open the PowerPoint on your desktop. Open the PowerPoint on your desktop, and then click share screen, and you will see three separate parts, and you will see already where your PowerPoint is, and then click on that place. If that doesn't work, just send your PowerPoint to my email, and I will forward to Ilse, and she will open up, and no worries at all.
What do you see on your?
At the moment, no.
Nothing.
No, but no worries. As we say, time is a strange matter. I'm sending just my email in a chat, please just send your PowerPoint presentation to this email.
But it's too big to send it by email. Sorry for that.
It may add as I think that the university email it will add anyway as a kind of via the site. Usually, even big PowerPoint presentations are adding without problem. No worries at all. There are always some technical matters, but that's no worries.
Okay. Do you see now?
Yeah, excellent. Now it is great.
Okay.
Everything is great. Thank you so much.
So I do have 20 minutes, right? Or a bit less now.
Yeah.
Now it's 17, yeah.
So probably you remember the times 20 years back, or even 30 years back, when many authors published fundamental research books on clashes of cultures, or in this case, Richard Donald Lewis published a book, When Cultures Collide, and for me, it's interesting that he classified our time perception in three bigger subclasses, which consist of linear active time perception, multi-active time perception, and reactive. And in broader sense, it's a kind of behavior which is connected to the time conception. For example, linear active by him was behavior was classified as if somebody talks half of the time, does one thing at a time, plans ahead, step by step, is polite but direct, partially conceals feelings, confronts with logic, etc., etc. And then the second cultural variation of this time and emotional behavior is refers to somebody who talks most of the time, does several things at once, plans a grand outline only, not in details, is in conversation, is emotional, and displays feelings without hesitation. And he or she confronts mainly emotionally, not with logic. And then the third subtype of this behavior is refers to somebody who listens most of the time, reacts to partner's action, looks at general principles, is polite but indirect, conceals feelings, never confronts. And his main worry is not lose face. And during conversation, he is trying not to interrupt the speaker. Interestingly, we can then see that the first type of behavior is very familiar to us in Europe, and sometimes we are thinking that it's the main type of behavior and time perception. Multi-active is generally observable in Latin American cultures. But as you know, Latin American cultures in most of cases is very strongly influenced by Portuguese and Spanish way of behavior. Then, of course, the reactive way of behavior and time perception could very generally classified as typical for different Asian cultures. But later on, I will show you that there is amazing variety among Asian cultures. So, amazingly and remarkably, that in 1996, also the very famous, I should say, book on the clash of civilizations was published by Samuel Huntington, who, in contrast to the previous author, is typical American political scientist, and it is also interestingly then half a century, 50 years, he was working at the Harvard University and was director of Harvard Center for International Affairs. And of course, this concept is extremely popular, but also is confronted by different researchers 30 years later. And just to remind, the map of the world modified from this book, and I took this picture from Wikipedia. We see that Europe and North America is more or less with the same time perception behavior. And then again, Latin American countries in pink are with different time perception culture. Then in his Asian, and Australia and New Zealand, of course, also belongs to this European and American way of time perception culture. But Asian, as I said, Asian cultures are quite difficult to classify. And in this map, you see that he divides Islamic world, which comprises not only Arabian and Iranian and Turkish countries, but also North African Islamic, predominantly Islamic countries. Then he classifies Hindu and Buddhist cultures depicted in orange and yellow as separate entities, and then Sub-Saharan Africa is again a different entity, and China in red is together with Vietnam, and probably a little bit of Japanese traditional culture is again, a different entity, and Russia and Balkan countries is predominantly with Orthodox Christian tradition, and though it's somehow is similar to European time perception culture, but it is not. And if you see this map, Latvia and other Baltic countries are on the border between classical European and Eastern Orthodox Christianity culture, and it makes really our region very vibrant and difficult to define from the viewpoint of any model. So if we are going back to Louis' model from his textbook, he tried to classify 135 countries in this triangle using different colors. And again, Latvia is in the horizontal part, in the bottom of this diagram, surprisingly together with Sweden, and but definitely it's somehow Western European and USA and Australian way of time perception. The poles of the upper pole of this triangle is, as I said already, is created by Latin American countries, but also Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Cyprus. And the third pole is China, Vietnam, Japan, but also Korea and Taiwan. Somehow India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and also Turkey and Iran somehow is in between those two poles. So this is an exercise of categorization of different cultures. And on the map, if you simplify those three poles, then you see something like this in this map, which is my own work. So in the last minutes, I will show you that really even on the level of gesticulation, you will immediately recognize how the people are behaving, and in Latvia, we are currently facing influx of quite many Indian nationals, mainly Indian students, and there is influence also from Chinese understanding of time perception, but it's probably more remote. There is a interesting question. Is it just a cultural difference, or is it also genetics behind our time perception and behavior? And on this map, I just plotted the newest paleogenetic research results, which is really advancing in amazing speed now. And in Europe, we have three main paleogenetic components. So therefore, the culture of Europe itself is quite heterogeneous as well. And if you look on the British archaeology and the paleogenetic research results, then this is the oldest or Western hunter-gatherer reconstruction. This is the European farmer, early European farmer, mainly representing the Mediterranean type of humans, and then the Yamnaya or Yamna culture, which took the European languages to most of European people, is again mainly from the current Eastern European region. So, and in reality, we are already living in the mixture of different genotypes. And if we focus again on the time perception, Richard Lewis is describing as a typical perception of linear time, which is characteristic for Europe and North America and Australia, that we are strictly dividing past, present, and future in three different compartments. And for American way of how to perceive the time, it is reducible to simple amount of the cash flow in your bank account, and if you divide past, present, and future, it's quite easy to calculate how much should you work every day and how much should you earn every day to achieve in the future the value of money you aspires. So this is the diagram showing this. In contrast, the multi-active time, which is characteristic for Mediterranean and Latin American people, it's always there are always corrections in reality, but there is still a plan how to schedule the time during the working day. But in reality, it is always changing. For example, here for half an hour or even more, and in many times the meeting is not ending on time, and the important decisions are postponed. And the third is quite interesting, also from my own experience in India, that the future is not actually so much determined by the present, but by the past, and this is so-called cyclic times, and it has to do also with a belief that our life is not just one, but many consecutive lives, and what will happen in the future, and what is happening currently is determined by previous events. For example, on this diagram, you see the linear or Western or European type of time perception, and Oriental, more precisely in Indian, but also in Buddhist cultures, that it is really determined by many other events, not just by planning. So, and future is unknowable, and the past is influencing the future and present. And then the last slide, sorry for being too long probably, but the important question of research is, during this very turbulent times and influences of different cultures, both virtually and also really by huge migration of people across continents, how really our culture and more, and particularly the time perception will change in the future. And I depicted it with three vectors, and we are speaking about our research object, the population, mixed population of Latvia, and how it will, how the time perception culture will change. It could be with this blue arrow, that it will just continue to be classical European. It could also be that it will develop more into the direction of Eastern European way of perception, or it could move towards the Indian and Chinese way how time is perceived. So, and those changes most probably will happen during few generations, and it will be really an interesting subject to fix the current situation and compare different cultures in Latvia, and really then do the consecutive prospective trials with the same methodology to compare what will happen in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So thank you for your attention, and I will close this presentation.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive presentation, dear Professor Pīrāgs. And please, all the audience, maybe you have some questions related to this trend of presentation. Please, yes.
No, if no, just a short comment, because we elaborated a huge project regarding cognitive perception and scientific perception of time. And Professor Pīrāgs is physician, so he's first of all, he's also involved in a medicine and in a professional medicine, and also checking the how the time perception affects human health as well. So that is another dimension that we could not just let us say, briefly introduce in a conference. It is still short regarding the presentations, but definitely there will be another type of influence. And now there is a question from Kulberg, so moderator.
Yes, thank you. Just a short question, because this was a talk about perception of time, and with these supposedly different cultures. Of course, there's in humanities is also a problem how do we define the concept of culture. But when we say example, when you say USA perception of time or Indonesia perception, what does it mean, perception of time? You know, it's like you know, in what specific way of perception did you have in mind?
Yes, there is a methodology elaborated and published already, how we can measure the time perception exactly. And in our project, we have a dedicated group of Professor Schilters who really can do it. But as I said, not much research has been done on this, especially in different groups. And if I may also answer to the question from Professor Kļaviņš, then of course the time perception is changing also according to our health condition, and everybody knows how the clock time units or the clock time perception is changing during the disease state and or during some excitement, but generally also during our lifespan. And I think everybody remembers how long the summer was when we were young, and how short it is becoming now. So those are the.
But isn't this universal for everybody across cultures? Like the universal, we all, when we get older, perceive time is short.
And the problem is that we all think that it's is the same as in every culture, but it's not. And the subject of our research will be really to compare it. Is it so that this European way how we perceive the time is the same? Of course, generally speaking, you are right that most of people in every culture, in every country, will know those phenomena, but how it's perceived, I think it will be statistically different, significantly different.
Thank you.
It's a difficult subject. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any other raised hands for questions. So then please feel free to write the questions later, and we will display them to Professor Pīrāgs, and it will be possible to answer them later. So now I would like to ask for his presentation dear Robinder Sachdev, who is president in the Imagine India Institute, is holding PhD degree, and also from India. And please tell a little bit more about what is also the Institute Imagine India. I had no chance to hear about it before. And your title of presentation is very intriguing: monochronic and polychronic perception of time. So I guess it is related somehow in the trend of previous speakers. So dear Professor Robinder Sachdev, so the floor is yours. Please tell us what is going on in your mind, on your side, and we are happy to hear you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Arnes. Firstly, it is a privilege for me to be here, and I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Dr. Kaspars Kļaviņš and the organizing committee at the University of Latvia. The scholarship I see and the dedication and the hard work they've put into this conference is remarkable, and the topic is remarkable. As to Imagine India Institute, we are a non-typical or a non-traditional think tank. We focus on global geopolitics. We focus on global leadership training, of which a big part is cross-cultural communications. And also we engage with media and do some research. So it's a mix of things. We run training programs also, and part of the discussion today is heading there in that sense. The title of this conference, The Grammar of Time, is especially evocative. Grammar does not refer merely to commas and semicolons. It refers to the deep rules and structures that make meaning possible. And I think that's what we are trying to discover in this discussion. Just as language or languages rely on hidden grammar beneath the surface, similarly, cultures rely on hidden architectures that shape how we experience and interpret time. My lecture today explores one such dimension, which is about monochronic and polychronic perceptions of time. In fact, this came up in the previous discussion. I could link it very well there now. Okay, the first part of my talk, I've got 6 parts. First part, what is culture? I think that point also came up, and the idea, is it genetics or is it the nurturing? That debate. Apart from the biological programming that a baby is born, to my mind, culture is mind. Culture is rather, I would say, the programming of the mind. A newborn baby enters the world like a perfectly functioning biological device, complete, but psychologically is a blank slate. From the very first day the programming starts, the mother's lullabies, the father's comforting murmurs, stories told by parents and grandparents, what is right, what is wrong, what is to be just rewarded, rituals of the community, conversations overheard at home amongst the elders. And then as you grow, school, your peer group, stories, the movies, the films that you see, books, media, and lived experiences. A sum total of this, in a sense, is what is constituting the foundations of a culture, of an individual also, by the way, and of course, wider societies. These inputs form a cognitive architecture, a personal cultural code. When many individuals share similar histories, environments, languages, then these codes convert into shared patterns. These patterns become what we recognize as culture. I use another model at times, a smartphone model of culture, wherein a baby is like a new phone, brand new hardware you get without any applications. Life gradually installs or adds apps to this brand new cell phone. ideas of right and wrong, notions of duty, family, hierarchy, emotional norms, stories of gods, heroes, ancestors, nations. Some apps go deeper into the mind and become the operating system, whereas the other apps are there to a lesser or a larger extent. Now I move to another aspect of culture. So that's one portion done. The second part, I think all of us or many of us here might be aware of the iceberg model in various contexts. In culture also, we have a similar iceberg model. That just as what you see of the iceberg is just the tip. Majority of the iceberg is below the water. So what we see of behaviors, actions is only the tip of the iceberg. What is guiding these actions, this behavior, is the portion of the iceberg below the water, which is your values, beliefs, systems. So the visible 10% could be your language, could be your dress, could be your paintings, could be famous statues or art sculptures made, right? Those are the visible 10% of culture. Food, sense of time, we'll come to that. The invisible 90%, which is below the water of the iceberg, is values, assumptions, emotional logic, identity, morality, hierarchy, communication styles, attitudes towards risk, reward, and such. That is below the water in the iceberg. So the visible layer gets our attention. The invisible layer is what actually is driving the behavior. Now we come to the third part of my foundation before I go into the notion of time. So culture is programming of mind. Culture is also can be seen as an iceberg. We see or observe or can experience only the top 10% of any individual or how nations behave. As a professor before me was, deeply data-backed, defining which country does what, etc. Now, before we go into time, I want to look at the age in which we are living, this era. As I think again mentioned before by eminent speakers, this is a very chaotic, different era than the past 100 years, if we were to look, right? What I call this era, and in fact, that terminology is going on, the new world order, how to describe it? Is it a world disorder, new world order, what's happening? There is no specific terminology which at present has caught on and is seen to be, okay, this is the one way to define the world in which we are today. I have attempted to do it via a model. In my mind, the age, the era in which we are living is a new world matrix under construction. New, then MUCO, new MOCO. What we are seeing is a new world matrix. The world is rebooting like a computer, restarting all ethics codes, supply chains, politics, geopolitics, assumptions, religious identities, conflicts are being re-evaluated. And a new matrix is being formed. Now, so this early 21st century condition, which I'm calling the new MUCO age, is defined or described can be by the multiple power centers competing civilizational worldviews also there. Explosive interconnectivity is happening, ideas and emotions are traveling instantly. There are powerful non-state actors, corporations, platforms, civil societies, individuals. The lines between domestic and global are being blurred, public and private, physical and digital. Continuous technological, economic, political, and social disruption is happening. And a world order in which old institutions are fading and new ones are not yet stable. So this is the situation right now. It's the matrix which is under construction. In this fluid matrix, cultures evolve faster. You see a trend takes on, it can become a norm quick. Societies absorb influences from multiple directions. Individuals juggle more identities, expectations than ever before. Now, this is the background in which today we are living and in which the cultural programming of a child born, imagine a child born today, right? The programming of the mind of that child will be what in the next 5-10 years. that child, she or he, would be living in this pneumoco age. And that will determine his or her programming of the mind or perceptions or attitudes towards everything, including what is time and how to look at time. Now, I had actually made a model. In fact, I'm writing a book also on it, on this whole, the new world matrix under construction, just a three-dimensional model, just for a visual purposes sake. So the world is getting more interconnected, more separate. A bunch of things are happening. Some nodes are getting bigger, some smaller. Supply chains renegotiated, mobility, immigration, all of those challenges. This is the new world matrix in which we are living today, which is under construction. Now, I come to the fourth portion of my talk, which I focus now on time. Now, in terms of time, I think the previous speaker very well captured multiple aspects. I use an approach also, and which is also, of course, must be known to all of you scholars, deep scholars here on culture, by Edward Hall, high context, low context cultures. The sense of time therein is monochronic time or polychronic time. So broadly speaking, we can divide cultures without getting much nuanced, that there is a continuum. At one end of the continuum are people and cultures which are monochronic in their view of time. And on the other end of the continuum are cultures which are polychronic in their sense of time. Of course, individuals, we each are a mix of these. In some things, maybe the Indian culture is more polychronic. I'll come to what it exactly I would define. And in some, maybe we are less monochronic, but we are a sum of the two. We are a mixture of the two. Each individual is. And similarly, all nations or cultures also are. But I think in order to go deeper into something, we have to start from some extreme points. That's why we say only monochronic or only polychronic. Monochronic cultures are, yes, your Northern European cultures, Scandinavian cultures, American culture. For these cultures, time is, as Professor Valdez was saying, linear. Time is segmented into measurable units. Time is finite and scarce, and time is structured through schedules and commitments. Time is treated like a resource, something to spend, save, waste, or optimize. Productivity is measured by control of time. And as I said, monochronic cultures include all your North European, Scandinavian cultures, the US. The Japanese also are monochronic in some major way, but on the other hand, they're majorly polychronic also. We will come to that, right? Now, what are polychronic cultures? In polychronic cultures, the idea is that the operating system of the mind is that many things at the same time, poly, which would mean these cultures view time as fluid, flexible, relationship-driven, holistic, with multiple activities can be happening in parallel. Here, being present in the moment matters more than adhering strictly to a schedule. Time is not a commodity. Time is a relational space. Polychronic cultures are, of course, India. Your South Europeans are also polychronic. The Southern European countries, India, Arab, Latin America, Chinese even, these are polychronic cultures. That is, at the same time, multiple things can be done, and I'll have a couple of anecdotes towards the end of my lecture. So in this portion about monochronic and polychronic time, I want to convey that time is equal to a cultural logic. Now, another aspect of cultures is, again, it derives, we mentioned in time, finite versus infinite. Okay, finite is the metaphysics now. Finite time cultures see time as scarce, measurable, monetized, something to be controlled. Right. Again, is the same set of Scandinavian, North European, American, others, who are finite time cultures. Infinite time cultures are where time is seen to be cyclical, renewing, abundant, connected to nature or some spirituality, and it's not entirely controllable. I think these points also Professor Valdis mentioned in his discussion. So that is finite versus infinite, monochronic and polychronic. Now I have just one set of case studies and then a conclusion. Okay, I have 3 case studies, quick. One is about Japan. I would say in Japan, time, amongst other things, is also equal to trust. And this I discovered, we run large leadership programs. We have large cohorts of Japanese executives in town. One day, one of these Japanese managers came to me and said, "Sir, please change your manager who's working with us. I cannot trust him." I said, "Why?" He said he was to be at our hotel at 8:30 in the morning. He came 15 minutes late. It's okay, I don't mind late. But if I cannot trust him to keep time, then how can I trust him for everything else? So on time is equal to trust in Japan in that sense. The other one, and I think this was a question asked just to the previous speaker, that how do you measure or something like that these? Okay. Monochronic versus polychronic time. I had a German business friend coming to India. He went to meet a Government of India official, senior official. In the evening, when he came back from the meeting, I asked him, "Okay, how was the meeting?" He said, "It was a lousy meeting. I'm going back tonight. It was a waste of time for me to come to India to meet this guy." I said, "Why?" He said, in the half an hour that I was there with him, he was attending phone calls. Every 5 minutes, his secretary would walk in with a paper to sign or something else. So he was multitasking. And here I am. I thought that I will get a clear 30-minute time with him to discuss the project I have in my mind. For this German guy, time is linear, one thing at a time. And here, this Indian gentleman, for him, time is multitasking. He felt justified that he is paying attention to his German guest. He must have process was to be done, etc. But just that he was doing a few other things. A clash therein. A third case study, quick short on time, New York City. I'm working on a book on Mamdani, the mayor, and his election. And it's fascinating to see how his election campaign team utilized and pinpointed times and timings, how to synchronize with the city's living cycle. Morning, 7:30 a.m., his organizers are at the metro stations. Okay. Evening, that time they're at the bodegas or the cafes or the street food corners. So in a city like New York has its own culture. The sense of time is compressed, monochronic, hyper time. Speed is virtue. Responsiveness is currency, and opportunity windows close fast. So these are the 3 case studies. Now the last section, which I wrap up. So we are living in an age which I define as a new world matrix, which is under construction. We are living in that age, but at the same time, we are contributing to the construction of this matrix, right? A new cultural logic is simultaneously being developed. See, all these developments in the world, all this chaos, the ups and downs and all, that is creating a culture of the new MOOCO era. What will be the sense of time in this new MOOCO era? So, for the first time in human history, temporal ontologies are interacting at full intensity. Monochronic precision meets polychronic fluidity. Finite time urgency meets infinite time continuity. Algorithmic speed meets civilizational depth, and digital immediacy meets traditional relational time. This fusion is reshaping not just behaviors, but the very ontology of time, the fundamental ways in which societies understand its meaning, flow, and authority. In this sense, I would say that the new MOOCO age is generating what we may call as a new grammar of time. A hybrid temporal culture where multiple logics coexist, overlap, and must be continuously negotiated. The result is not a single global time concept, but a pluralistic grammar of time, consistent with the theme of this conference, ontologies and practices across cultures. What I'm positing is that in addition to nation cultures that we discuss and we evaluate, Indian, Arab, European, Latvian, Japanese, Indonesian, Brazilian, in this era, we have to look at the culture of the new MOCO age itself, and then see what perceptions of time is it generating and imprinting on the human mind. The new MOCO culture of time is therefore fast and slow, linear and cyclical, scheduled and fluid, urgent and enduring, all of this all together. But we got to try and make sense of it as much as we can. Understanding this new grammar is no longer, I would say, optional. Rather, it's essential for living, working, governing, and relating across cultures, and for peace and conflict resolution on this planet Earth in this century. As scholars, practitioners, and global citizens, our task is to observe, interpret, and help shape this evolving temporal culture, the new MOCO culture of time that will define the next phase of human coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Robinder Sachdev. And please, dear attendees, would you have some questions to this very inspiring presentation?
If no questions, just a short comment. Thanks so much to Robinder. We are calling each other in a name because we are connected with a different project that was connected with mathematics and in perception of zero in mathematics. I'm very, very grateful because Robinder Sachdev is also doing actually studies in philosophy, including Buddhist philosophy and Madhyamik, and trying to connect the long time ago forgotten knowledge, in particular Nagarjuna, with the present day applied science, which seems to be totally crazy, but we will see in the next reference that it's enormously important. So I'm very, very grateful for his coming. He is absolutely open to all the cultures. He has friends abroad, everywhere, Europe, United States, China, Indonesia, everywhere abroad. And we're very, very happy to communicate. If there are some, I just because I know we have a certain personal relations. That's why I wanted to thank you in a personal way.
If I may,
if there's some.
Yeah, I have a short question to you. You said correctly that the times are changing and probably perception of time is becoming more polychromic or polychromic. How do you see this process in the time scale? Will it happen quickly during one generation, or will it take several generations? What is your speculation about this?
Thank you so much, Professor Valdis. Before that, I would much like to thank Dr. Kaspars Kļaviņš. It's been a pleasure knowing you, sir, and the vast work that you do. And as he mentioned, we are working together in some ways on another different project, which is into the origins of the digit or the concept of zero. Okay, where did nothing come from and what has it become? So pleasure, sir, to be learning with wonderful speakers. And I was seeing the list of topics that you have put together is amazing and rich to be able to put together those topics. Congratulations. Now, Dr. Valdis, I think maybe it could be happening sooner. You see, the point is that when we are looking at, let's say, monochronic, polychronic cultures or high context, low context cultures, the behaviors, yes, we have to stereotype to begin a discussion at least, right? And then we can deconstruct that. Let's say when I say that the Scandinavian, the Germans are number driven, very linear and all of that, right? Or even the Latvians or the Dutch. Okay, and I say the Indians are with respect to time and many other things in a different way. But as the globalization is moving on whichever communication, we are seeing a mix of the two getting closer and closer. I mean, for example, right now, when I'm saying, I gave you the example of this government official doing multitasking and not paying full attention, quote unquote, to the German visitor, that is not happening much more in India now. It's reduced. Much more you'll see focus, professional time is value. If it's 9 a.m., I will be there at 9, right? And I will be linear or one thing at a time in my job. So I'm seeing that growing. At the same time, on the side of, let's say, the other, again, the North Europeans, the Scandinavians, the Americans, I think the pressures of time, and that's where this new MOOCo era, the whole issue with the peace of mind, all of that is, I think, pulling people little more and more towards polychronic culture or lifestyles also. That life need not be lived at a certain pace, like a clockwork, like a machine. So what we are seeing, I mean, I would feel, firstly, each individual, like, let's say I have many aspects in my behavior with respect to time, wherein I'm monochronic, only one thing at a time. But there are several things in which I'm polychronic, right? Wherein I say, okay, we'll see, doesn't matter. I'll be late by half an hour, whatever. So we have a mix of these inside each of us as individuals, and same way I would say cultures. So in my sense, this, this wide spectrum which is there, it will remain a spectrum, but it is getting narrower. The extremes are getting lesser, I think. So it's moving towards convergence, let's put it that way. And I do think it'll be sooner, it'll be quite sooner. I mean, in a few decades even. I mean, I could look back at India, early 2000s to now, in the last 20 years, there's been a drastic shift in our culture with respect to time.
So much for this great clarification.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear Robinder Sachdev.
Thank you.
And now is time for our distinguished professor and science doctor, Professor Valdis Segliņš, to present another time leap back in the past, but maybe this glance in the past will also open future perspectives. So please, Professor Segliņš, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And indeed, there are speakers before me regarding the time perceptions, mostly concentrate on actual or running processes on today, but I will a little bit inform or tell the story how it was in ancient time, where the matrix under construction in fact runs, which can't be so as fixed because on lack of documents enough from one side. From the other one, the ancient Egyptian society from the very beginning was very closed society. It wasn't involved in a cultural exchange surrounding. All outsiders are enemies. And only in the Middle Kingdom and end of the becomes more open for exchange unions. I will mostly concentrate on this more ancient time. It was closed society with limited connections with the other cultures around, and it will show how the concept of time was developed and where are some misunderstandings or not enough known stories are in. But coming a little bit back, pardon? I'm too fast. Sorry. If there is problem with sharing, I would say Ilze probably can share the screen and show your PowerPoint, and you just say which slide.
It's not the first one.
Ilze?
Let's. Oh, pardon.
Yeah.
Something.
Great.
Let's go to the first slides, and there the story is that the unified and integrated ancient Egyptian civilization existed about 3,000 years, and during this time, many of ideas was changed. But basically, it is a slow-going evolutionary process without cardinal changes in ideas. The power also applies to the concept of time. There are very diverse documents available for studies in detail, but we concentrate on the documentary sources mostly from the Old Kingdom and first intermediate period, which are related to this close society, whereas, let's say, pure original points are shown. What happens? I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. From the human point of view, what's happening in life, it's in 3 stages can be fixed: life in the earth, or preparatory phase, the time of testing after the death, it's waiting of the heart and difficult path through the underworld, external life then, and eternal field of the reeds. Each of the stages have own timelines, or even several. They are only relatively interconnected and are not always the same for all people. The category of time is not under the control of the gods. It's a very basic point. Basic point that time always is only directed forward. These are 2 very principal points in ancient Egyptian religion. Gods can influence or impact on a time, only on a short time, and it's always directed forward. It doesn't mean that the Egyptians not remember what's happening before, or not enough careful to the relatives who already died, but they are always communicate with them in active form, as they are besides. Never remember back what's happening before. It's always actual, current activity. Always go ahead. Always directed forward. And these 2 points always should be taken on account when we're looking to the ancient Egypt. In textual forms, there are some documents where the past grammatical form in the religious text are used. Only some, but mainly they are in tomed inscriptions. All these texts are fixed for a certain time and will not, or was not, available for the other public, because they are, tombs are walled up. In all other cases, texts are expressed in the present and future tense, especially in the present continuous tense. It's totally different from the other cultures, and it's strict implicit norm. Egyptians are superstitious. In the sense, the interpretation of the dreams, which are important in ancient Egyptian culture, they are very sensitive to the nature of the man or lady which take it. However, remembering the past and reliving the past events is a clear indication of illness, high blood pressure, big heart, or gastrological problems, while seeing dead ancestors or distant relatives in dreams is clear indication of imminent death. It should be taken on account for the next stories which coming. It's clear indication communication happens with the dead relatives only on an actual form. They are besides, but they are not in the past. If we formalized in easy way, there are two kinds of eternity. One is simple linear time, not yet, associated with the finally good God of Osiris, and beginning for the hand of the end and infinity for far future. And sorry, the cyclic time besides with the passages of the sun. In fact, there are not only these two ways or kinds, but much more, and this simplification is not adjustable for the general understanding on ancient Egyptian culture. There are a number more aspects, and these various aspects as a layers where are include from events of the moment of the creation, the realm, sovereign ordinary time, mechanical measurements of that time, and constructs of the unknown afterlife, where most of the constructions are built. The system is not coherent, and ideas not directly related to individual participation in the passage of the time. Probably it can be shown as a union where skin is from one side is a creation myths and the timeline of that. The core is the afterlife understanding of the time. There are a number of ancient myths in ancient Egypt, more than 10 related to the Old Kingdom and the first intermediate period. For these myths are some important points. Creation is ongoing process, and Egyptian myths are just one of these events. It's not only as one action, it's ongoing process, and it's concentrated on the creation of the land of Egypt. Different from other civilization, creation never ended. The world we know is only one with actions. And the time or creation is measured in millions of years. It's ongoing process. It's not only as a one-time action, and it's critical difference from the most of the myths which are available all over the globe for other civilizations. The world of gods the time of world of gods is indirectly defined as eternal. There are no direct indications how it was measured or how it happens, but indirectly it's related to the afterworld, for the people joining this world after the deaths, the eternal reed field, world which is basically arranged as a conditional mirror image of everyday life in Egypt. It can be assumed that the time is measured, or it happens, or it runs in a manner like which happens on a earth. In New Kingdom, the world of the gods assumed to be located approximately in the vicinity of Sirius, or that as it said in Egyptian. The time of ruler. The time of ruler is a time by person in Egypt chosen by the gods during his duty to ensure that the order and laws established by the gods are observed. In ancient Egypt, the time conference started by coronation procedures of the pharaoh or the ruler, and it's the first day. And then the conference is started. The specific role of the ruler is communicate or coordinate civil calendar with the God's calendar, and during the specific procedure when the extra days are added to the calendar events. But there is a weak point, and it's after the death of the ruler, because the election of the new, or selection, in fact, of new ones takes a long time, usually 3 up to 10 months, and the time is of uncertainty, because there are no person who would rule the country in the name of the gods. The time is described in various ways, but it is time without content, or flow without water. In modern sense, the rural calendar is kind of a religious calendar, where there's some festivals or basic events, or a counting of the time is running. It's mostly based on this civil calendar, but with these specific points. Time break or unknown situation inside is when the ruler dies. A new one is not selected. God Ra and the solar calendar. It's ordinary solar calendar, as well as its harmonization with the ancient lunar calendar or agricultural calendar to reach the calculated at the end lunar solar calendar. It's happened in all very beginning of the old kingdom, and this different calendars was integrated to each other and harmonized. And it's said that the Horus, one god, was the person or the god who do it. In general, the calendar is a year, was divided in 12 months and all 3 seasons each, 120 days and so on. And the smaller units usually not be applied, but important that this calendar is based for any accountancy, and it is linear type, and it was quite well developed. And our word was used by Greeks and Romans directly. These very small changes. I'm sorry. What is happening? However, the development of the mathematics and astronomy contributes to a significant refinement of the lunisolar calendar. It becomes more precise, make measurements of the time, including the night time. But these observations and various calculations, calendar tables and graphical representations in Old Kingdom did not create a new concept of the time. Measurement becomes more and more precise. In fact, it's close to medieval precisely in Europe, but still existing lunisolar
So it looks like we have some technicalities with internet connection. Is Professor Seglinch?
Maybe some internet connection issue, but we are already very close to the conclusions. I see. If you hear Professor is actually no worries. I will call Professor just and ask him regarding some conclusions, and then with his permission we will proceed further. Just I'm calling because there may be some technical issues because internet. No worries. There are some deep internet connection. Just a second. No worries. I think since the presentation was already very close to conclusion, and that's really a huge material that was collected, we can actually, I will ask Professor to send all the material completely, and then I will forward to all the participants that they can see the conclusions as well, because this is enormously interesting material. And thanks a lot, Professor Seglinch, for your participation and the presentation. I think that we can go over because time, our conference is about time, and we are deeply facing the time from all the different angles. We can go over probably to our final speaker, but now again, going back to moderator himself. Lecturer Arnis Siliņš, and he will introduce himself. So,
okay, thank you so much, and I will try to complete this polychronic time flow with my presentation. On actually only one aspect I will try to emphasize, and I did send in the common chat the link, which might be entertaining for all attendees. I would like to answer 3 questions which will not take more than a minute, and it will complement maybe in an interesting way. It will complement this presentation I am doing. So my presentation title is The Abyss of Time Unknown, Confronting the Eschatological Narratives. So as previous speakers were pointing out, this time unknown is mostly related to our future. So the future holds most unknown domains, and is also kind of source for disappointment or hope. So it's mixed next attitude for the future. So what is my keen interest in a frame of currently in process research, Professor Pīrāgs and Professor Kļaviņš was mentioned, so that we are doing time perception in cross-cultural study project. So my offspring is this how we are influenced by eschatological narratives. So my reference point is fluidity of time perception. It's a sort of Bergsonian viewpoint more than Einsteinian. And I am asking this question, which intrigues me, how many of us and how often we are under the tyranny of the apocalyptic future pressure. My hypothetical assumption is that the harmony of social bonds is dissolved under unfair apocalyptic eschatological projections. So and I would like to put the look how we can explore to enrich existing set of beliefs with the principles of the cyclical nature of time, not in just academic and intellectual way, but also in a way how this energy of polychromic nature of time would enhance our projections of making future perspectives more optimistic in the way. So I feel that we should go out from the long shadow of the unknown. So it's from the theological absolutism to secular doom saying. And that way I would like to present a very short, I would say, small group of Latvian urban people did answer the same three questions I'm sending to you. And my surprise was that eschatological or apocalyptic thinking is not influencing that many people, although only 45% people answered that they never experience the anxiety of the end of the world thoughts. And 4% are telling that every day they have this thoughts and feeling. 22% said that few times a week, and few times a year it's only 13%, and 13% very few times per life. So this is interesting data, and I would wonder how this question would be answered in other cities and other countries all around the world. So then the second question was, do feelings and thoughts of the end of the world pass naturally? 61% answered yes, 5% answered no, and 33% answered sometimes yes, sometimes no. So the third question is, do you practice any kind of meditation or yoga to control your mind, feelings of the end of the world? And amazingly, only 22% answered that no, they do not make any management. 44% answered yes, they do practice some kind of mind control, meditation. And 33% said sometimes yes, sometimes no. And the age group was dominantly from 28 till 48. So this is, maybe it's just for fun, but I would like to just stare your glance on this one picture for a longer time, as I will try to explore my attempt to research these eschatological narratives, particularly those enshrouded in theological absolutism, have had lasting impact on Western psyche. This is evident in the long shadow of the unknown future. From theological absolutism to secular doomsaying, the conceited and arrogant eschatology with the generic doctrines and their politically imposed interpretations have elevated to a particularly oppressive aesthetic level over the past several thousand of years. So this phenomena could be, according to the nature of its impact and influence, assessed as a masked and cunning virus. Despite being given emotional and aesthetic appeal, this mental parasite actually enslaves our minds and keeps them from realizing the noble potential of humanism. Please see the Kardashev scale, which shows us that in a way how we humans are managing the resources of this planet and social commodities, we have not reached yet the level 1 of civilization. We are still struggling to harmonize our interactions. So cultural and artistic domains are contaminated by the allure of apocalyptic visions, which also aggressively appear in reports of scientific discoveries as a terrifying spell of scientific terms akin to sorcery. Our diagnosis of it as a virus is not without precedent in critical thought. Like Nietzsche, Camus, and even contemporary voices like Susan Sontag have wrestled with how cultural doomsaying can paralyze our moral imagination and repress life-affirming outlook. Western modernity often inherits the form of eschatology even when emptied of its religious content. Climate change, AI extinction fears, economic collapses, or transhuman singularities are often framed with the symbolic grammar of revelation, impending doom, judgment, salvation, or chosen survivors. This aesthetic collapse intoxicates the imagination. It's seductive because it replaces slow responsibility with thrilling despair. Pessimism becomes performative sophistication, while optimism is ridiculed as naive. So others who echo this sentiment in different modes include Albert Camus, especially in the myth of Sisyphus, where he asserts that even in the face of absurdity, the act of rebellion and choosing life is the greatest affirmation. The struggle itself towards the hates is enough to fill a man's heart. Spinoza saw joy as a sign of greater understanding and claimed that free person thinks of nothing less than of death. Hannah Arendt, despite witnessing the collapse of civilization more than once, held fast to the idea of natality, the miracle of beginning again and again as the basis for political hope. Erich Fromm, in The Art of Loving and to Have or to Be, emphasized the therapeutic role of love, art, and non-possessive being in countering alienation and despair. So yes, unfortunately, Western modernity often inherits the form of eschatology, even when emptied of religious content. But is this realism or just cultural addiction to crisis? In truth, the world is far more complex, ambiguous, and filled with possibility than apocalyptic visions alone. Human culture, even in ruins, plants garden of renewal. A few high-value samples. Rainer Maria Rilke, in Duino Elegies, stated, "Let everything happen to you, beauty and terror. Just keep going, no feeling is final." Rabindranath Tagore, in Gitanjali, said, "Faith is a bird that feels the light when the dawn is still dark." And Václav Havel, the philosopher, statesman, said, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it turns out." We are naming the darkness so that we may relight the lamp of meaning. This is not despair. This is revolution of care. And we should say, let us be kind with the soul, not just correct with the mind. Optimism is not a strategy. It is a form of inner hygiene when rooted in loving realism. That kind of reflection invites a post-apocalyptic philosophy, one that says the end has already been declared too many times. We begin to unlearning the enchantment of endings. Let no prophecy of ruin be our sole inheritance. Let no thunderous decree drown the quiet murmur of becoming. The apocalypse is not a day. It is a metaphor grown wild and crazy. And we, beloved friends, are the gardeners of metaphors. Tend the meaning that nourish life. Compose the ones that poison it. Language as lifeline, not weapon. Remembering the undestroyed, even beneath the rubble of dogma and catastrophe, something gleams, a pulse, a breeze, a child's laugh in a ruined square. The real has never abandoned us. We abandoned its subtlety. Learn again to listen to what does not scream. A flower grows from the crumbled stone. The eternity stone was even engraved with the lines of fate by my own hands, and I observed it surrendering to the moment. It crumbled into shining dust, becoming soil where miraculous flower of life blossomed so that the memory of who I am at its core would return in its fragrance. Your past is not your future soil. Grow anyway. The temple of the unfinished world. This world is not ending, it is unfolding. Every second, it is an unclaimed miracle. Let us bring chairs to the edge of despair and sit beside each other. Let's sing, hope or not hope is not blind faith. It is a radical intimacy with potential. From dust to fragrance. So we have this existential question. Confession to light, silent becomes and free. When does a hurricane become a gentle breeze? How does a spring flower become an apple seed? Will there be another breed of us beyond entanglement, alas? So then we can turn our attention to some cultural achievements of specific formations, like a profound cosmogonic written of Samudra Manthan and Pralaya within Vedic legacy. And it indeed offers a potent symbolic resonance for interpreting the mesoscopic scale of human evolution. Let us illuminate briefly and then reflect on how they correspond to the inner and societal cycles of transformation beyond apocalypse toward regeneration. Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean, is ancient Vedic myths. The Devas, forces of order, and Asuras, forces of chaos, churn the cosmic ocean, Samudra, to obtain the nectar of immortality. The cosmic labor releases both divine treasures and terrible poison, Hala Hala, which Mahadeva drinks to save the universe. This myth is an exquisite metaphor for the inner psychological and societal churning we undergo now when opposites confront each other, idealism versus realism, light versus shadow, ego versus soul. The fact that evolution and emergence of higher consciousness require enduring, embracing, and transforming the toxins released in the process of deep transformation. At a mesoscopic scale, the churning is the intense existential pressure we feel now, politically, ecologically, spiritually. But the myth assures Amrita only emerges after deep stirring. This corresponds to what Carl Jung called individuation through integration of the shadow of the unknown future. So symbolically, we can see that Pralaya is the great dissolution of old paradigms, the cyclical end of a cosmic age, of this era which cannot feed us anymore. It is not the end in linear terms, but the reset into silence, into the latent potential from which a new creation emerges. At the human and mesoscopic scale, pralaya can be seen as a period of deep cultural, psychic, or civilizational breakdown, often mistaken as doom. A necessary cleansing, much like composting, the decay that fertilizes new emergence, a calling for silence, introspection, and retreat from illusion. How this Vedic mythology corresponds to human evolution today, we can now read these archetypes not literally, but poetically and psychologically. Samudra is collective unconscious, deep psyche, and cultural legacy. Manthan, churning, it's a conflict, questioning, dialogue between polarities. Halahala, poison, is a painful truth, trauma, shadow aspects of civilization. Amrita, nectar, is awakening, new insight, spiritual maturity. Pralaya, dissolution, crisis of meaning, ecological collapse, end of paradigms. Recreation, inner renewal, planetary cooperation we need, and new mitopoiesis. So that is the end of my short presentation, and I would like to see if there are any results of this survey. I'm just curious if any of you had managed to respond to it. We have 7 responses, and we see that %56 of your dear attendees said that several times a year we experience feelings, thoughts of the end of the world, and no one answered that never. That 14% every day, several times a week, 14% very rarely. And do feelings, thoughts of the end of the world, anxiety pass naturally? 70% said yes, 28% sometimes yes, sometimes no. And do you practice any kind of meditation, yoga to confront feelings? No, 43%. 28% said yes, 28% sometimes yes. So with this open statement, I would like to end my short presentation, and I would be happy if somebody has some questions I would like to answer.
Robinder Sachdev has already, Professor Sachdev, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. A very interesting discussion, Professor. A couple of points. One, I'm the only person in your survey who replied and said that I think about the apocalypse every day. Okay.
Yes.
But let me say this way, I think about it, but I don't have any anxiety on it. Okay. Because you asked, do you have anxiety? Now, the point is, I was mentioning the New World matrix under construction.
Yes.
And the future will depend upon what software, what values, what ideals we upload into this new matrix. If we upload good values, good ideals, ideas of compassion, kindness, the world of tomorrow will be a better world. If we upload anger, hatred, and all, the world of tomorrow will be a much worse, darker world. That's my thesis. That's why I think every day, and I talk about it. Absolutely. The point being now, a question. In terms of even culture, what I look, somebody like Elon Musk, he says that empathy is the greatest weakness of the Western civilization. Now, to me, that's a big statement that shows to me that maybe mankind or humankind, we are heading back into the jungle. And that's my, apocalypse worry.
Correct.
If more and more of this culture spreads, that empathy is a weakness, compassion is a weakness, kindness is a weakness in the Western civilization, he mentioned specifically, then probably we are heading towards a world which is an apocalypse of sorts. What is your
Yes.
take on both these points, please, sir?
I think that that statement of Elon Musk is symptomatic. I think he's not the only one, and for me, that's why I said that eschatological narratives are in a way like virus, and also this that the statement that the empathy is a weakness it's a bacteria which feeds on the fear. So in a way, we have a responsibility to uplift the hygiene of the minds and not to allow to further to be poisoned by these viruses. Because also this is symptomatic that Elon Musk has this particular, I don't know, it's kind of obsession that he wants to transfer civilization to the dead planet Mars. And this is surprising me because there is a lot of things we can do on this, our home on planet Earth. And there are a lot of resources to be explored and shared. So I think this is a larger conversation I would like to have with you, dear professor, and I hope we will have opportunity to share this. And as Professor Kļaviņš mentioned, and Professor Pīrāgs, we have this planned research project on the time perception across different cultures. So there is not only different historical legacies, but also present times, different psychological or pseudo-philosophical trends, which we have to be how to say, immune, not to be poisoned by them.
Thank you very much.
As Arnis is moderator himself,
yes.
so but there is another question. I see another question from Dr. Sachdev. Yeah, another, because the hand is no more.
Oh, no. Thank you.
Are there some more questions to lecturer Arnis Siliņš? He is also doing a practical research on yoga, and actually also a practitioner. Is not just involved in theory and working together in a project, checking the medical issues and human health condition and many other things. But that's just one angle of his research that he was presenting in this conference.
So if there is no question more, then we should go for the break. Yes, dear Professor Kļaviņš?
Yeah.
And I think there were a lot of interesting thoughts and food for mind. And thank you for all attendees for your contribution. Thank you for your time. Which I agree, time is not commodity, but it's a big resource. It's a rich energy. Time is energy. Thank you so much. And thank you, Professor Kļaviņš. Thank you, organizers. Yes. Thank you, Ilze, for your contribution. See you.
We are starting at 2 p.m. Latvian time. That means, yeah? We are starting 2 p.m. in 10 minutes.
We are starting at 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because time is relative, we started very early and then we fit, but time is going its own path and we are going over. So we in 10 minutes we back then. Yeah, Ilze, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Is everyone back from our break? I see Professor Kļaviņš. Okay, I think we can slowly start our second section, where we will also have 4 probably very great presentations regarding the topic of time. So I will quickly introduce. Our first speaker is Professor Kaspars Kļaviņš, head of the Department of Asian Studies at University of Latvia. His presentation title is Independent Paths to the Common, Relational Ontology and the Emergence of Time in Quantum Theory, Taoism and Madhyamana Buddhism. Hey, please, Professor. Al, can you share your presentation?
Yes.
I see somebody's raising a hand. Any issues?
No, just a second.
Okay,
and
we'll see.
I will try. Yeah, I'm trying. Just waiting, because there is some time when the presentation comes.
Yeah, it takes a little bit.
Takes always, and now it is coming, and I'm sharing. Greetings to everybody. And regarding my presentation, there are a lot of difficult questions that I probably regarding the time management I will be not able to answer immediately because it takes time. But what was the idea? Because regarding cross-cultural communication, I saw how surprisingly some Western scholars and connected with relational ontology and quantum theory, absolutely not connected with Eastern culture or with Eastern traditions, how close they went to some ancient Asian wisdom, in particular Taoism and Madhyamik Buddhism, yeah, Taoja and Madhyamik. If we are talking, it's about quantum relational ontology, and I'm concentrating on two scientists. It was very, very interesting. And these two scientists both are connected with theoretical physics and quantum mechanics. Carlo Rovelli, Italian scientist, and Vlatko Vedral, British scientist of Serbian descent. And both of them treat time as an emergent feature or a relational or informational structures rather than fundamental background parameter. And Taoism regards time as the spontaneous transformation of Tao, while Madhyamik Buddhism considers temporal categories to be conceptually constructed and empty of intrinsic nature. And the analysis demonstrates that across these disparate traditions, time is consistently understood not as a self-subsistence dimension, but as a relational, emergent, or conceptual phenomena. And this cross-cultural resonance suggests that the existence of broader metaphysical pattern uniting scientific and philosophical accounts of reality exists indeed. What is very, very interesting that, for example, two scientists I'm talking about, Carlo Rovelli and Vlatko Vedral. Carlo Rovelli is talking or argues that time is not a basic feature of the universe, as it was for centuries in Western theology, or time is something absolute. Even for Newton, time exists absolutely. It is something very, very important and absolutely in existing. But Carlo Rovelli argues that time is not a basic feature of the universe. It is an emergent relational phenomenon. And at the deepest level in quantum gravity, there are no moments that flow, just interactions and correlations between physical quantities. Time arises only when systems are coarse-grained, and we describe change relative to another subsystem. And Vlatko Vedral argues that universe consists of relations between quantum systems, entanglement and information, or so-called Q numbers. Neither space nor time exists fundamentally. They emerge as approximate descriptions from patterns of entanglement and the coherence. So, in both views, time is not absolute, not universal, not a background. It's a derived feature of quantum correlations. And the paradox is that classical Asian thought historical and culturally totally removed from modern physics, exhibits similar ontological tendencies. In Taoism, for example, in Taoja, Tao denotes the generative, ungraspable, and spontaneous unfolding, Zhuren, of reality. Phenomena do not possess fixed, immutable essences. Rather, they arise and transform through complementary polarities. Yin-yang. Existence itself is processual and flowing, not static or self-grounded. And that would be the position of Taoism. And Madhyamik Buddhism, on the other hand, especially in the writings of Nagarjuna, who is famous philosopher across the whole East Asia, articulates an analytically rigorous version of anti-essentialism. All phenomena, material, mental, conceptual, and temporal, are empty, shunyata, because they lack inherent nature, swabhava, and arise only dependently together. Even categories such as subject, object, and being are conceptual constructions rooted in a relational process. So we see actually how close these ideas are to some empirical research in theoretical physics nowadays, and also in quantum relational ontology. So ancient wisdom may be very contemporary. That was my idea, just to show it. And there is even no need to be in a close cross-cultural contact to come to similar results, even if the thinkers are going different paths. So from different traditions, we can come to common conclusions. That is a very fast conclusion of my presentation. To continue a little bit further the idea, these traditions converge in their critique of metaphysical substance that was so important in the Western science and thinking and religion, theology, and so on, and their privileging of relational process-based explanations. This convergence is not merely formal, but bears significant consequences for each framework conceives time. As I mentioned already in the introduction, really, time, often regarded as the foundation of reality, becomes a critical test case, because if reality is relational, then temporality itself cannot remain an independent or absolute dimension. Instead, time, we can understand time as emerging from relations and interactions and so on. And actually, that is, as you know, what is called dialectics in many traditions. If we are comparing for example, you see Taoism and Madhyamik understanding of time, ultimate principle, Tao or Shunyavata, emptiness, nature of phenomena, processual, Yin or dependent origination, essence, no fixed essence, subject, object in Taoism, Daojiao, fluid with Tao flow, in Madhyamik Buddhism, conceptual constructs, time, flow, transformation, in Madhyamik, empty, concept dependent, and key insight reality is spontaneous flow in Taoism, or in Buddhist, in Madhyamik school of Buddhism, all phenomena lack inherent existence. It's not against materialism, because actually the discussion of between materialism and idealism is on the wrong, was going on the wrong path. That was also the problem. In a Taoist, in a Tao is the foundational principle of reality, Duren, and ineffable source that manifests all spontaneous unfolding phenomena, rather than possessing fixed essences and so on. And Taoist ontology is processual. Reality is not constituted by static substance, but ongoing transformation, on relational emergence. Yin-yang concepts such as wu-wei express non-concert action aligned with the flow of the Tao, rather than in action in a passive sense. And if we compare both of these Asian traditions, we see that time is flow of transformation. It is concept dependent. And key insight, reality is spontaneous relational flow. All phenomena, including time, are empty in a sense of dependent arising in a Buddhism on the other hand. And what says Rovelli and Vetral, these two Western thinkers? They say exactly the same, more or less. Rovelli says time is emergent. There is no universal now or background time. Instead, temporal order is constructed from the web of interactions between systems. Vetral says, from an information theoretical perspective, argues that what we call time is deeply linked to information change. Correlations between systems evolve, and this evolution underlies our sense of temporal direction, so-called arrow of time. And for Taoism, time is not separate from Tao. The flow of Tao is itself temporal, and temporal distinction past, present, future as subordinate to the spontaneous unfolding of reality. And Nagarjuna's opinion in Madhyamik treats time conceptually. Temporal divisions are not inherently real, but are designations arising through dependent origination. Temporal moments are empty of some kind, or they lack some kind of self-identity, swabhala. If we are checking what happens as a conclusion, we could say that although quantum, relational ontology, Taoism, and Madhyamik Buddhism arise from entirely different intellectual concepts, they converge on a relational and anti-essentialist metaphysics. And this convergence becomes especially clear in their treatment of time. None of these traditions understands time as an independent or fundamental dimension. Instead, time emerges from relations, transformations, or conceptual constructions. Such cross-cultural consonance suggests that the relational ontology is not merely a theoretical option, but may reflect a deeper structural feature of reality recognized across both scientific and classical philosophical traditions. And now, going deeper regarding time. If we may say in a comparison, then Western science regarding theoretical physics, Taoism, and Madhyamik share a profound structural insight. So time is not an independent container of events, but a relational, emergent, and conceptually dependent phenomena. And these similarities do not erase cultural or methodological or philosophical differences, but they indicate a convergent intuition across physics and classical Asian thought or Asian wisdom regarding the non-substantial and interaction-based nature of temporality. The mistake that is done in cross-cultural research is that we are creating wrong juxtaposition. We are creating some kind of wrong comparison between cultures. Definitely, they should be definitely different. But actually, if we are looking deeper in many phenomena, like now we see that, for example, ancient Asian wisdom could be methodologically connected with present day, very recent scientific approaches. So what is the status of time in both traditions? Non-fundamental, emergent from relations. What is the temporal flow? No universal flow, only relational dynamics. What is the direction of time? Relative and observer dependent, but as Vedral would say, there is no need for observer. It is entanglement that happens all the time with observer or without it. Role of events. Events are primary, time labels are secondary. Correlations define temporal order. What is the philosophical stance? Relational ontology, anti-substantial view of time, structural informational ontology of time. And key claim, time is derivative concept and informational construct. In Taoism, nature of time, continuous transformation. In Buddhism, time is empty of particular existence. In Taoism, time is fluid, non-discrete. In Buddhism, moments exist only through conceptual designation. Past, present, future, not ontologically separate, part of a single unfolding in Taoism. And all three lack self-nature and arise dependently together in Buddhism. Flow change, fundamental time is transformation in Taoism. Changes arise from dependent origination in Buddhism. Human relations to time. Harmony with natural cycles, non-interference, that is already something particular in Taoism. Realizing emptiness to dissolve temporal reification would be in Buddhism. These solutions are a little different. Key insight. Time is the relational flow between the Tao, and time is a concept dependent and relational, not intrinsic in Madhyamik Buddhism. But regarding epistemology, these concepts are similar to the Western quantum mechanics or theoretical physics. They are surprisingly similar. And is time fundamental? I conclude with some conclusions. I conclude with questions. Is time fundamental regarding Western and Eastern, so-called Western and so-called Eastern traditions, recent Western research and ancient Asian wisdom? Is time fundamental? No, it emerges from relations of information. Temporal order exists, defined by interactions or correlations, defined by a relational dependent process. What is the temporal flow? No, not universal, depends on context. Flow is transformation, Tao, or conceptual convention, Madhyamik Buddhism. What is the nature of events? Events are primary, time indexes them, or process events arise dependently. What is the core similarity? Time is relational and emergent. And what would be the primary difference? That just one difference, the recent Western, so if we may say so, Western observation is grounded in physical theory, and the ancient Asian wisdom is grounded in metaphysical and soteriological aims. I'm not talking about recent Asian scholarship that is using very recent concepts of science. I'm comparing something very modern with very ancient, just to show that in cross-cultural relations, we should be very careful talking about huge differences if there is a lack of connection. There may be lack and still different traditions going different paths can in a certain moment come to essentially very important conclusions that could be used not just in deep science, but in applied science. You know that a lot of projects regarding energy are going on. I know research done in East Asian countries, in particular in China as well, and Europe and East Asia can cooperate in many ways. And if we are checking the Indian tradition, then, for example, the ancient wisdom was important in the project of zero and mathematics. So very, very briefly, I conclude with these artificial questions. They are not long questions. I use them as a conclusion. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Kļaviņš, for a very, very substantial talk. Now I open the floor for questions or comments. Yeah, so anyone who would like to express anything or ask any questions, you can do so now. We are very much on time now.
I was trying to do. I was like the bad example from the fitting in time. Like train. So I was very worrying to fit in some kind of artificial self-imagined time
As you
framework.
said, yes, all imaginative, all relative, but still very good. If there are no questions, maybe I can ask about cross-cultural research. So if you said that we should not be making such broad comparisons, what could be a way forward regarding not just time, but other cultural concepts? How can we make perhaps better comparisons or a different approach to cross-cultural studies, maybe?
The answer is very simple. It is not about searching for mechanical analogies. That would be the biggest mistake we could do. Like for example, is a way of talk that you sometimes see. We have so much common. Let us talk about blah blah. But the point is that actually cooperation means that even if we different, if we working together, we already changing each other, and we are creating something else that is independently living out of us because of our relation. So the knowledge comes not theoretically from theoretical distance. I will not contact with you. First of all, I will do research on you, and then when I'm ready, then I will contact and say hi, whatever. No, we already contacting and we changing each other. And if we are working in science, then we already together. And our research goes, we know each other. We are, there is no difference between us already. We are like one human or one body with two hands or in a way, that would be the practical dialectics. The best way, and actually that's what I see our Asian colleagues are doing, and why in East Asia technologies are being introduced so fast. Because I feel that East Asian colleagues consider empirical praxis as a way of knowledge, and there is no need to prepare 10 times of theoretical justification before we start something, which is the case in Europe, for example. No?
Yes.
Not to stick to theoretical constructions, but work together, and then changing each other. We already there's even no time to waste to know each other. We already are together and working together and producing something that is coming out of our common experience and common work.
Yes, thank you so much for your answer. Okay, are there any other comments or questions? We can always leave questions in the chat as well. Yes, thank you so much, Professor Kļaviņš. So we will be moving on to the next presenter, which is Uģis Kletnieks from Longevity Alliance Baltic, where he is a Chief Scientific Officer. And his presentation title is Neural Grammars of Time, How the Brain Constructs Temporal Reality. Yes. Yep. Is Uģis Kletnieks present? I think I did see previously.
I was calling Uģis recently. He was he told that he will present immediately. He should be there, no?
Oh, I see, but we don't hear you. I see that the mic is open, but we don't hear.
Switch on, Uģis, switch on the microphone, please. If there is a problem with PowerPoint, Ilse can share. I think Ilse, you can share immediately because Uģis may have some technical problems.
Sure.
Just I would suggest that you share already, and he will tell which slide is the important or not.
Okay.
We are not hearing. Ujis is telling me that his microphone is on.
Yeah, we can see that it's on, but we are not hearing anything.
But we're not hearing him.
Yes.
It would be a pity, because that's a very, very important referat regarding the neuroscience. It would be still great if
Maybe you could log out or go out of the application and come back into the call.
Yeah, maybe that would
That
be
would work.
the log out and log in again. I will tell Ujis to do that. No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Jā, tagad ir redzams un dzirdams arī.
Yeah. Now it's all right. Yeah.
Varu kopīgot. Can I share my?
Yes.
No need, because Ilse already showing. Oh, okay.
No.
Nav iespējams kopīgot.
Then let's not waste time, because Ilse already sharing. Yeah, Ilse, I guess that you can share already, and Ujis will tell which slide is important.
That's also okay.
Yeah, it's also okay.
Kas tu nevienojās manējie?
Ir okay. Let's start. We see already, because Ilse already sharing. Don't worry. Oh, okay. Great.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah. Great.
Normal. Okay.
Yeah.
So the main question is time an illusion, and the main idea that time might be an illusion has deep roots in the physics, in cognitive science, and of course in philosophy. So, but however, illusion can mean different things depending on the field, and scientists generally don't mean that time doesn't exist at all, but that our everyday experience of time, a flowing now, a fixed past, and open future may not reflect the underlying structure of reality. And time is one of the most fundamental aspects of human experience. And but the question, but is this concept an independent feature of reality, or merely a cognitive construct in the brain? And physics tells that relativity removes the idea of universal now. Quantum models that the time may be emergent and not fundamental. Neuroscience, the brain construct temporal flow and duration. Philosophy has conflicting views, eternalism versus presentism, and experience shows that time feels real, but is partially a cognitive construction. So, Humans experience time as a flowing past, present to the future, but neuroscience shows that time is constructed, not passively perceived. And the brain uses neural grammars, structured patterns of activity to encode duration, sequence, rhythm, and temporal flow. And time is central to everything the brain does. So the human body uses two fundamentally different timing systems. One is psychological time, and psychological time shows how the brain constructs the sense of past. And we have in our body, our biological time, the circadian time, and it's a time that body uses. It's 24-hour biological clock. And both relate to time. They operate through entirely different mechanisms, scales, and purposes. Psychological time does not have the single clock center in the human brains. We can found, and our psychological time uses practically it arises from huge networks, and there are involved prefrontal cortex, parietal cortex, cerebellum, basal ganglia, hippocampus, and these networks generate patterns that act like linguistic rules, a grammar for temporal experience. And modern neuroscience tells the story that brain does not passively register time. The main idea that brain constructs it. So neural grammars refers to structured firing patterns that encode order, duration, predictive timing, and rhythm. And similar to language grammar, these patterns organize raw sensory input into meaningful temporal experience. So we have two basic levels of timing. One is micro level, second is macro level, and this micro level from milliseconds to seconds, and then it depends from the rhythms, gamma rhythms, beta, delta rhythms, and macro level it's more connected with narrative and memory, and hippocampus creates time cells which code the temporal distance between events. And the brain builds mental timelines using this episodic memory, prediction and simulation, narrative integration, and these mechanisms allow us to experience life as unfolding story. So, and practically, the brain is a time machine, and and it's all the time generates forecast about when events will happen, how long they will last, what sequence they follow, and time becomes a model rather than a direct perception, a controlled hallucination or temporal order. And memory creates the past. And imagination creates the future. So consciousness feels time as flowing because the brain is constantly predicting the time flow, comparing predictions to outcomes, and updating all models. The perception is very flexible and very, very subjective. And sometimes you feel that time is moving slower, sometimes faster, and there are a lot of things that can impact the sense of time, and fear, for example, slows the time. Boredom stretches the time, psychedelics distort the time, and meditation can compress the time. What is very important, that increased cognitive load makes the time feel faster or shorter. And if you have more information and then do a lot of things together, the time is going very, very fast. And when the prefrontal cortex is heavily engaged in this multitasking, fewer resources are left for monitoring the time. So the sense of time is depending from some molecules in our brain. For example, dopamine level can speed up, or low dopamine levels can slow down the internal timing. That's why some stimulants who raise this dopamine level in the brain can make internal clocks run faster. And some diseases can make some problems. And then, for example, Parkinson's disease, when dopamine level is low, and in some schizophrenia patients, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and some epilepsies. And these conditions reveal how specific neural rules shape temporal experience. The present moment is artificial. Our now is created by brains in the integration window of from 100 till 300 milliseconds. Practically, it's a synthetic slice of time used to coordinate perception and action. And yes, and then consciousness does not experience events instantly. So regarding circadian clocks, we have not only the circadian rhythm, but we have ultraradian rhythms and infraradian rhythms. Ultraradian is monthly rhythms, and infraradian, ultraradian is heart rate, and infraradian is, for example, monthly or yearly rhythms. But most important is circadian rhythm, and it's operating on 24 hours. And it's based on real biological clock. It exists in the brain, and it's located in this suprachiasmatic nucleus in the hypothalamus. And this clock synchronizes sleep-wake cycles, body temperature, hormonal release, and metabolism and metabolic activities. And if it's disrupted, then some metabolic problems can occur, for example, diabetes or another kind of diseases. So there are a lot of genes involved in this process, and then there are serious molecular biology processes, and you can see here some genes, clock genes that is found, and then the genes form some feedback loops and regulate gene expression, gene activity. And then this influence sleep-wake cycles, and of course cognitive alertness. And sometimes could be problems, some disruptions in genes, and then these disruptions can alter subjective time perception and attention span, of course memory. And you can see here a big picture, and then there are the main genes, and then a lot of proteins involved in this process, and and we find that, for example, in some diseases, we can find the problems in this circadian rhythms, in this internal biological clock. And light is very important in our life, and light entrains the clock, and specialized retinal cells send non-visual light signals to this suprachiasmatical nucleus in the hypothalamus, and can reset the daily cycle. So, and there are a lot of neurotransmitters involved in the circadian rhythm as well. And then you can see some neurotransmitters, and they impact the synapses, how to work, and synaptic timing. Not only the genes, proteins, but a lot of bioactive these molecules are involved in this circadian cycle. Dopamine and serotonin, gamma amino acid, gamma aminobutyric acid, and glutamate. If someone is using some medicine to make some, for example, to block some active ingredient, it could impact our sense of time as well. Yeah, and very important is this BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, and it regulates synaptic strength and timing, and it's very, very important, and it depends from our physical activity and what we are eating, and from our microbiome as well. Yeah, and some stress of course, and some diseases, inflammation diseases, not only metabolic diseases, not only the psychiatric diseases impact, but inflammatory diseases can impact our sense of time, these inflammatory cytokines. So, and I will go to the finish here. The main idea is that the brain creates the subjective time, while the circadian clocks create biological time. And the one idea is that psychological time is circadian time plus attention and emotion, who impact this circadian time, how we perceive this circadian time. And yeah, and here is one formula, but it's only theoretically. And the main conclusion is that the time is something that the brain records and then brain constructs. And neural grammars, dynamic, they are dynamic distributed rule like firing patterns that transform chaotic sensory input in the coherent temporal reality. And understanding these grammars has offered insight into the consciousness, memory, prediction, and very structure of subjective experience. And I can finish with this slide.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Yes, I see that people have questions. Yeah, so I will give the floor to Arnis Siliņš. If you have the question, you can ask.
Yes. Dear Professor Uģis, please can you elaborate what happens with astronauts when they are out of Earth's gravity in outer space, where circadian rhythms are different? What are the findings of what happens with the human circadian time there?
Yeah, it's a really serious problem, and actually this picture is from one article regarding astronauts, and we know there is evidence that circadian dysregulation negatively affect astronauts, and that through this circadian disruption and subsequent subsequent requirements for readaptation to the new circadian and possibly these ultraradian rhythms as well. And there is huge unsolved problems, and yeah, I don't suggest to go to the cosmos because this circadian dysregulation is linked to all hallmarks of aging and can lead to serious diseases.
Okay, thank you for the answer,
Yeah.
Valdis Pīrāgs. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Excellent presentation. But could you reiterate a little bit on time perception? Is it mostly genetic, or is it also culture, or is it something between? Can we use this understanding of cross-cultural differences in time perception as a tool of integration and to diminish those civilization clashes we currently have?
Yeah, it's very interesting. But if you are young, you are, for example, there is one evidence, one article that till 16 or 18 years, usually the time is going very slowly, and if you are adult, this time is going much faster. And the main idea is this cognitive load in our brain, and it depends from the cognitive load. Of course, I think that the best place should be this. Are you adult or no? And then how serious is this cognitive load? And of course, this cross-cultural tradition and this, well, how you from your perception of life and your philosophy, and then what are you doing? How are you living? Do you have a stress or no? And there are a lot of factors that impact this, how you feel the time, how fast time is running.
Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very enlightening. I think we saw more of a different point of view than in the previous ones, and I think it's a good addition to what we already had, and I think it will further improve our discussions going forward. Yes, thank you so much for presenting.
Okay, thank you for inviting.
Okay, I think we are ready for the next presenter. If Robert Lawrence Kuhn is present, let me see. Yes, I see that he is present.
Dr. Robert Lawrence Kuhn will talk also about consciousness, and he is Pope physician and philosopher and one of the leading intellectuals on this planet, managing broadcasting closer to truth and meeting usually with Nobel Prize winners in United States and East Asia and many countries. So that would be very, very interesting. I suggest Ilze to share the screen instead of him, because it will be then faster going on. He has access from New York, and Dr. Robert Lawrence Kuhn, are you there? How is it? So sorry for a little delay. As usual in a conference on time, we decided that time is relative, and you are very welcome. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to be sure you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Excellent,
yes.
Excellently.
Okay, very good. So ready to go. Thank you for having the slide there. It's first of all, Professor Kļaviņš, it's a pleasure to be with you and at this fascinating conference on the grammar of time. It's a topic that is a core topic of Closer to Truth, which you can see worldwide on the website closertotruth.com. We've been exploring fundamental questions in cosmos in 4 areas. First is called Cosmos, which deals with physics, mathematics, mainly cosmology, some metaphysics. Second is philosophy of biology, called Life. Third, which is a major category, Mind, which deals with mind, brain, the nature of consciousness, which is my own particular orientation in recent years in terms of focus, personal identity, free will, those kinds of questions. And the fourth is what we call meaning, which is really philosophy of global religions, looking at meaning, purpose, some of the deepest questions and the articulation. And in every case, we're very careful to try to have a diverse point of view that will reflect everyone's the diversity of ideas in the world. So let's begin. First slide you have is the nature of what I call a landscape. I've just done a major work for the last several years called The Landscape of Consciousness, in which I deal with several hundred, over 350 different theories of consciousness organized into a taxonomy to try to give understanding for the diverse understandings of consciousness. And it's really more than consciousness. It's an exploration of the diversity of thinking of humanity. And that's what I look at. And I think time is in a similar kind of category. It's a probe of humanity's deepest thinking about the nature of reality, and therefore is a multidisciplinary approach. And that's what I've tried to do. So what I want to do in a few minutes today is just to give you a flavor, an overarching view of the landscape of ontologies of time. I don't claim this is comprehensive, but I do claim that it shows the multimodal approach that we can take to the nature of time. And as you see, I sketch out 6 primary areas, the first 6, the philosophy of time, the physics of time, the psychology of time, the neuroscience of time, parapsychology of time, which may be a little bit unusual for some, but we'll talk about it, and the theology of time. Then the final category is not so much a disciplinary approach to time, but what the implications would be for free will, because free will is another kind of probe of how humanity thinks about itself. And there are diverse approaches to free will, as some of you may well know, and it's instructive to see how time is part of this equation and how it affects our sense of free will. In none of this do I claim to give you an ultimate answer of which of these are dominant. In fact, my claim is precisely the opposite, in that each of these categories are different reflections on the same concept. And in order to understand time in its totality, one must appreciate each of these approaches on the landscape of time. So to put it another way, when I dealt with the consciousness, the landscape of consciousness, many of the vast numbers of theories are mutually exclusive, and they contradict each other, and some of them can work together in different ways of nesting. but it is designed to give the landscape of consciousness. You can look it up on the web. It's the landscape of consciousness, loc.closertotruth.com. Just put in landscape of consciousness and you'll see it. New Scientist magazine last month had a major feature on my landscape of consciousness, and that's available also on the New Scientist website. But those are contradictory. When I'm dealing with the landscape of the ontologies of time, these are not contradictory, but complementary. So it's a big difference. I'm using the same term landscape, but the motivation for using it is quite different. So this is a complementary approach in that I would suggest that all of these are relevant, with the possible exception of parapsychology, depending upon your orientation to that. That could be just a pseudoscience, in which case it's not relevant, but that's not entirely clear. So all of these things will be ways to go about it. So what I want to do is just give you a flavor quickly. We obviously don't have much time for great depth, but to give you a flavor of the kinds of issues that each of these categories on the landscape of the ontologies of time will bring to the marketplace of ideas about how to understand time. So let's go to the next slide, which is the philosophy of time. And many of you who follow these fields, this will be pretty basic, but for those of you, many of you will be very familiar with one or two of these categories, but perhaps not all of them. So I will go through it reasonably quickly, each of the categories. So in the philosophy of time, famously, there's the A theories and B theories, where A theories that time is tense, that what our intuition is about time is real. So it's a realist approach, in essence, to time, that the present is privileged, the future is open. These are very natural kinds of the ways that we normally think about time. The A theory, B theory was originally formulated earlier in the 20th century, a long time ago, by McTaggart, famously. But it has resonances, as we'll see later on, from physics, which gives it even more sustenance. So we'll see that same thing appear in physics and also in theology too. So this is a very important concept because it unifies several of the different modalities, certainly philosophy, physics, and theology. So the B theory is, in a sense, an anti-realist approach to our intuition of time, where all events are real, past, present, and future. They are ordered not by tense in terms of present tense, past tense, future tense, but rather by an earlier than or later than, which is a subtle but important difference. And the concept of the privileged present is not the case. And the presentness, our feeling of it, is one of perspective. It's one of our intuitive senses. It might even be called by some an illusion, but there's no ontological reality to our sense of presentness. Whereas in the A theories, realist approach, it is entirely that our intuition is entirely real and is correct. And then we can approach the same question from a slightly different point of view in terms of presentism, which in essence is the A theory that only the present exists, that is the only reality. And what that means, what is the present, we will get into that in the psychology and neuroscience, but in philosophy would say that only the present exists. And the challenge as philosophy has developed, and presentism will have to do with the result in physics from Einstein's general theory of relativity, where space-times have rejected the concept of absolute simultaneity. So if you reject absolute simultaneity through general relativity, then the present time has no universal benchmark. And so how does that affect the deep fundamental nature of presentism. The alternative to presentism philosophically is eternalism, which is the block universe. We'll also see that coming out of general relativity in a moment. And that means that everything exists in some sense at this same time. We're circularity using our time in a circular thing, but it basically says that there's no special privilege to the present, that everything exists, and it's more of our perspective that we see where we are. Sometimes we talk about a world, a light cone in physics, or a worm line through the space-time block universe, and how we transit it. And the challenge for eternalism is the question of agency. If it's where it's all events are exist in some sense ontologically simultaneously, what is agency, and is our sense of becoming in the flow of time, is that an illusion? And some people say yes, it is. A variant of the block universe, which deals more, which tries to deal with the feeling of that the future is that let's keep it at this slide. That the block, it's called the growing block, and that is that the past and present exist in reality ontologically in the block, but the future does not. And so it's a hybrid of the two, in the sense that the present and past are ontologically equal in a sense, but the future is open, and so the block universe, rather than being static from ab initio, it has an openness to the future, because knowing the future, it's hard to see. You can make a lot of philosophical and some physics and some arguments from physics as to why that can be the case, but it's a little hard for us to accept that it is the case, that the future seems so open to us. And this obviously will get into the question of free will as well. And then other approaches in philosophy are process ontologies, Alfred North Whitehead, where becoming is the most important thing. It's the primitive, and that time is a result of metaphysical time is a result of processes, causation as well. So let's go on to the next slide, which is the physics of time. Okay, so I'm just going to list these very quickly because I don't have a lot of time to go through these, but there are many categories of physics which affect time in one way or the other. In quantum mechanics, at this point, our most fundamental theory that we have consensus on, but I think everybody agrees that it can't be the most fundamental theory in some sense, because it doesn't, it's still not unified with general relativity. Gravity is not part of it. But in quantum mechanics, time is an externality. It's a fixed background. Quantum systems evolve. Famously, the Schrodinger equation evolves through time and measurement. So time is a given in quantum mechanics, where in the next one, general relativity, the whole point is that time is not an absolute, that it is relative, and in space-time, what people might judge based on different frames of reference and their relative speed to each other will judge different events to be simultaneous, so they'll have a different appreciation. So the nature of time is one of the critical distinguishes and difficulties in unifying quantum mechanics and general relativity. So some other things here. Thermodynamics has been talked about, not with consensus, but as determining the arrow of time, because the equations of quantum mechanics are time reversible, so that this doesn't seem to be a privilege going forward or going backward, but yet we have an absolute arrow of time from our observations. And so some people look to thermodynamics as being the second law about being the nature of the arrow time. Big Bang and inflation cosmology in terms of the origin of our universe is said to create the beginning of time, because space-time is a unified concept within general relativity. So then you add the Big Bang, if that's the origin of, well, certainly the origin of our universe. I think that's a consensus. Whether it's the origin of every existence of universes is debated. Most people would say there's a multiverse, and therefore that could have originated earlier. There could be a cyclical models, which is next. That the Big Bang was just an origin of our pocket universes, as Alan Guth would call the multiverse. And so the multiverse can come out of one universe, can come out of diverse universes, it can come out of a cyclical approach, and so it's not clear. The no boundary, no beginning is an innovation of Stephen Hawking and James Hartle, called the Hartle-Hawking approach. And that says that as you get back to the beginning, it's not a linearity. It's something like what happens at a black hole, not quite the same, but at a black hole, as we'll see in a moment, at the event horizon, the space-time gets so warped that the time becomes just a fascinating reversal. And so it becomes and this is fairly well accepted on a consensus basis in terms of the nature of time with black holes. So the concept of no boundary, no beginning is that as you get back to the very beginning, heading towards the initial Big Bang, and in theory, we are within 10 to the minus 36th, the minus 39th of a second. So an extreme fraction, a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second, we can seem to know what was going on. But before that, we're not sure. But the Hartle-Hawking approach would say that becomes a rounded. There's no you can't get to an absolute beginning. That at the what we would call the beginning, it's a smooth approach, and you can never get to an actual beginning because it has this characteristic to it. Then the block universe now we find again in physics, and this is a product of general relativity. Einstein famously he had this as his conclusion. He used it to comfort the wife of his friend who died, that the person who died will still be still in this block universe, and we all have our world lines within it. Just a word next about the black hole event horizon. The way this relates to time, and I'll just bring up one aspect to it, is that at the event horizon, beyond which light cannot escape, so we can't get any further information, is that as you pass the event horizon, there are take two people, an Alice and a Bob, as we usually say, and as Alice goes through the event horizon on a black hole, once she's through it, information can no longer come back. And from her point of view, going through the event horizon, she sees no difference. Now, very quickly thereafter, the intense gravitation will, as they say, spaghettify her body, and everything will just disintegrate. But at that moment, there's no difference. She has no perception. But what happens at that point is that space becomes time. There's a reversal, so that it's not going forward in space anymore, but it's going forward inevitably in time. And so there's absolutely nothing that can be done to reverse that. On the other hand, somebody, Bob, looking at Alice, if the powerful enough telescope, that's the thought experiment, watching her in her spaceship going through the event horizon, he'll never see her actually going through. He'll see her, like Zeno's paradox, getting closer and closer to the event horizon, and even given an infinite amount of time, we'll never see Alice go through that because of the extreme warping of space-time. And that sounds incredible, but as I said, that's a consensus opinion. And it's a very interesting one in terms of using the analogy, as I said, in terms of the Big Bang, a similar kind of extreme warping of space-time. Then quickly, the multi-world interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is supposedly a realist approach to the Schrödinger equation. It doesn't collapse; it just goes on a continuing basis. That all of the different worlds have their own metric at that point. Each of the branching in quantum time is a separate world. And then the last category is time travel, which in some senses is theoretically possible in physics. Some people, you have we go into the past, you have significant paradoxes which occur, but at least this is a discussion within physics. I think the consensus is that it's not physically possible in any sense. You can always go into the future by acceleration, but that's an artificial thing. Okay, let's go on. That was the long one. So the psychology of time is a totally different approach. It's not the neuroscience. We'll see that next. And this is our perceptions of time. And studies have shown that our perception of what we call a now can be tens to hundreds of milliseconds. So it's not a nanosecond, because this is the psychology of time. How do we measure the present? Very sophisticated experiments have shown that this is the sort of range between tens to hundreds of milliseconds. And this has a process of integrating sensory inputs and also internal inputs into a unified percept, or our perception that we have. It's an integration of the sensory sense that comes in, and our internal models of it, our internal sense, memories, or whatever. I mean, you can have an understanding of the now even without any sensation if you're in a chamber that reduces all the sensory inputs. You still have a sense of now because it's generated internally. And we need to distinguish between a duration, what this duration of the now is, and a succession of events. And psychological experiments have shown that there's a nonlinearity here, that we bring to the perception the structure of our mentality. And absolutely been shown that if you're bored, time slows down. It slows the nature of time. If you're in a sense of flow, it speeds it up. Einstein famously tried to explain relativity by using this kind of a psychological analysis, really more effective in terms of the psychology of time than the physics of time, although it gives you a feel for the nature of relativity. And he famously said, relativity is when you're sitting with a nice girl, from his approach, a nice girl, for 2 hours, and it seems like a minute. But if you're sitting on a hot stove, you can be sitting for a minute, and it seems like 2 hours. Now, that's a kind of a very loose way to understand general relativity in physics, but it's a very good way to understand the psychology of time from this point of view. And then how do you get temporal binding and agency? And these become bound in perceived time. You have a sense of agency. They've shown how the nature of time develops in children, and that this temporal concepts develop gradually. It's not all at once. A sense of ordering, what duration is, cyclicality. And then we have cultural aspects where we have different metaphors that shape the nature of time. Time is a resource, saving time, a path going forward. Time is cyclical, ritual, a calendar, they say, and different religious traditions give you this sense of time. And then the psychological arrows and how this occurs. This has been also described in terms of the cognitive, memory, predictive, and reward system capabilities of the mind. This is from a cognitive science point of view. Now, the next is the neuroscience. And this has just been nicely covered in some sense. I'll go through it briefly. And there are different, say, subcategories of neuroscience. Not going to go into the detail, but there is the neural correlates of timekeeping. And some experiments, these are not consensus, have shown, for example, the cerebellum can have millisecond precision. The cerebellum is people know what it is. When I did my doctorate in neuroscience, cerebellum was all about, kinesthetic coordination. That was all. Since then, they've shown that the cerebellum has many, many more features. It's not involved in consciousness, but it is involved in many features. It's obviously a big part of the brain, more neurons in the cerebellum than in the cerebral cortex. So that's for future. But people think that it's involved in the neuroscience of time. The basal ganglia impact, prefrontal cortex has to do with future planning. Obviously, we have circadian rhythms. We just heard about that in 24-hour cycles. Second category is predictive processing, and this has been a new area of neuroscience, new in the last couple of decades, and it's in philosophy. That predictive processing is super important. We see more efferent fibers from the top layers of the brain down to the sensory organs than afferent up to the brain. And this shows that our perceptions of things are very much affect how we see things. And the difference between our prediction and the result, and this difference, and then correcting for that in a feedback basis is now generally accepted in many ways of thinking as a fundamental process about how the brain works broadly. And so this involves also the nature of time. It's the way the brain works in terms of prediction, error recognition between reality and what the prediction was, and then correcting for that. In terms of temporal integrated windows across the cortex, and this can be studied, complicated because certainly in humans, but again, tens of milliseconds coordinate with our psychological time. Different parts of the brain, the default mode network enables this continuity. The neural correlates can also be the first category, which is on the anatomical. Here it's on the electromagnetic sense, and there have been some efforts to look at different brain waves, gamma, theta, how the electromagnetic waves code and how they interact with each other, how it occurs in sequence learning, episodic memory, and what does it take to make the present thick. Because the present can be a nanosecond, but we know psychologically it's not. It's a fraction of a second, but a healthy fraction of a second. And so how has that occurred? Neuromodulators are involved. We just heard that in the last session. And then the fundamental thing is this. The felt flow that we have, and it's talked about a very interesting way is that the arrow of affect. We do normally talk about the arrow of time, but how does the arrow of affect, our emotional feeling, relate to it? And we can show similarly that the anticipation of rewards, for example, compress the interval of time, whereas anxiety or depression dilate it. So pain elongates time, pleasure compresses it, similar kind of thing. So the arrow of affect shapes the arrow of experience. So that's part of both the cognitive science and the neuroscience of time. The arrow of affect shapes the arrow of experience. Okay, next. So the parapsychology of time, this obviously depends upon your view of parapsychology. And I skipped to the second in scientific skepticism. The majority of the scientific mainstream community is skeptical, as am I, much because many of these things defy the laws of physics. However, the psi research community, many of whom I respect, have argued for a long time that there is a small but persistent effect, and therefore urge open-mindedness. So, as I said, I would skew to the skepticism, but I give credibility to the researchers who show that there is some real data here that can support it. Now, what are these things? Well, there's different categories called what we'd call temporal anomalies, oddities that have come out of psi research. something called presentment, which is they can sense physiological changes in the body based on future events. And these are supposedly controlled studies that are beyond just your mentality, that your body will react, say, to if in 30 seconds you're going to see a photograph, it may be of a bucolic, calm waters on the ocean, or it may be of a tsunami killing people. And you don't know which one that is, and your body will react emotionally very differently. But if that slide is coming up in 30 seconds or a minute, and you have the reaction earlier, that could be statistically validated. That's called presentment. Precognition is knowledge of a future fact. If you were to guess what a random number generator would say in a minute, and retro-psychokinesis goes backwards in time, that there are experiments, the psychological effect that your lifetime can be relieved, reviewed very rapidly. That's weaker in my opinion, because that could be purely psychological. But precognition, presentism, in terms of knowing the future and going back, are real experiments that are based upon it. If this is true, and if this is valid, I think there is a case to be made. How could it possibly happen? Wouldn't that violate the laws of physics? And there are some ways to do it. I'd say possible frameworks. The block universe can, if that's real, then it's possible that information can flow, because all events, past and present, always are there. They may be inaccessible in a normal sense, but there may be some way information can flow under certain conditions. Quantum theories exploits the time symmetry of quantum mechanics. There are some experiments that show that you can affect future events in quantum mechanics and past events. These are highly small in terms of their time frames and are not anywhere near the level that would be required for these parapsychological events, but they are potential mechanisms. And then other things about if global information is somehow fundamental and information is somehow the fundamental reality, this may allow atypical correlations. So the only implication I would give for this is that parapsychology, if you admit the possibility that something could be real, even if 99.99% is illusion, delusion, or whatever, if anything is true, time is a critical factor that and is shown to be not fixed. And we can know the future and past in unusual ways. So parapsychology forces us to look at edge cases and test the foundations of time theories. Okay, next, this is the last two categories. The next one is the theology of time. This is a really fascinating subject. We deal with this extensively on Closer to Truth, as well as all the others, but there's more here to think about. And as I like to put it on Closer to Truth, you don't have to believe in God or religion or anything to appreciate the philosophical issues. In fact, one of the a prime probe is what is people's understanding of God, if there is a God, what that God is like, and the relationship of that God to time. And so you can not have any interest in or belief in God, but to understand how those two would work together actually gives you interesting insights into the nature of time. Obviously, those people who do believe in God in different ways, the nature of time is an exceedingly important way to know the characteristics or nature of God or of the fundamental reality. So the way I organize it very quickly for this purposes is between being and becoming. And so the concept of being, which is a static sense of all time, of time, kind of not existing, and that whatever God is or whatever the realm of ultimate reality is a static. Versus the one where it's a becoming. So almost all categories of philosophy and theology can be put into one of these two categories. That's just an organizing principle. Many of you know very well in the Eastern traditions, Hinduism, time is cyclical, eternal. It's a divine force of creation and dissolution. There are vast cosmic cycles. The first time that we see, deep time being specified, billions of years are said to actually be presented by different epochs and eons and all interrelated together. In Buddhism, which is very different, developed obviously on the Indian subcontinent, became Buddhism and Hinduism, their philosophies jousted for centuries and still do, that time is not linear flowing. It's really an illusion, that time, everything else is empty of intrinsic existence, that ultimate reality is timeless, that the present, everything is an emptiness, empty of intrinsic value. Doesn't mean empty that there's nothing there. It's just empty of value. So very different approaches to the nature of time, but both have this Eastern sort of a flavor of the cyclicality and the background of time. In the Abrahamic traditions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, it's in the philosophical. In the last century, it's been mainly developed within Christian theology, but it has origins certainly in the Middle Ages in both Jewish and Islamic, which even maybe antedated the Christian philosophy. And that is this fundamental question about the relationship between the omni-God, a God that's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, all good, etc., and the nature of time. Because if God created all things, according to the scriptures of each of the Abrahamic traditions, did God create time? And what would that mean? And if God created time, then God can't be in time. And so the medieval tradition in philosophy was that God is eternal. God is outside of time. God has one great vision at the same instant, that it's not time, it's outside of time. And so the tension is God eternal, timeless, outside of time, or is God in time, everlasting, if in time, never created, no end? And so it's functionally the same God, whether it's timeless or temporal. If it's temporal, God is everlasting, no beginning, no end. If God is outside of time, then God is this eternal sense. My favorite example of this, and this is on Close to the Truth, it's public, so I'm giving no secrets away, is two of the superb theological thinkers coming out of the Anglican tradition. Both have died since. Both were PhDs in physics, very well distinguished. John Polkinghorne, quantum physicist, very well known, then became a priest and a leader in science and theology, and Russell Stannard, a particle physicist, and both in that tradition. These two individuals would have agreed on almost all aspects of religious doctrine, Christian doctrine. I'd say on everything, basically, except for the nature of God and time, where Russell's approach was God is eternal, which is the traditional approach, and outside of time. John Polkinghorne would have that the reality is one of becoming, and God was in time in developing. And so that to me highlights that. And this has to do with this: does God change, or is God changeless, which is the greater perfection? I won't get into everything, but the question of a God outside of time, you have to deal with, well, then how can God intervene? How can God answer prayer? God's outside of time. And there, as you can imagine, there are answers for all of these and then questions for that. But the fundamental question is there a difference between spiritual time and material time? Some people talk about material time has duration, spiritual time has no duration but has order. We won't get into that, but it's a fascinating probe whether or not you believe in God. So then on to last slide, please. And this is just a quick test of the nature of time and free will. Free will is, to some people, even more important than consciousness in determining human what the structure of humans are in reality. I think it's less important than consciousness, but very important. And to be very simple, there are three ways of thinking about free will. One, there is no free will, and that comes out if you are a full materialist and believe in physics, and you set the initial conditions of the universe, and you have the laws of physics. Even if quantum physics has an indeterminate nature to it, it has a certain regularity that can be predicted, that every current event has had a previous cause. You take that to the beginning, and so that all events have causes, and in a sense that there is no way to interrupt the closed physical system of the universe under that metaphysical structure of pure materialism and pure the laws of physics. So in essence, there's no free will. There's the illusion of free will. We have to have different approaches to the morality and to running society. Yes, yes, yes. But at the heart, there is no such thing as free will. And the second concept, exactly the opposite of that, is to have free will. You have to have libertarian free will. Libertarian free will is that at any moment you could have made the other choice. You made the choice, but you could have done otherwise. And it's not an illusion that you have. You really could have. And then there's what's called compatibilism. These are subjects for courses, not just a few seconds. Compatibilism says that determinism is true, that there is these laws of physics that determine what we're doing, but still there is free will because nobody's restraining you in a straitjacket. You have agency control. There are different ways to interpret a free will within a compatibilist view. And so from a physics point of view, if you look at a block universe, if that's what is the case, which I kind of doubt, but okay, if it's true, Einstein believed it, so who am I to judge that? Then maybe there's no free will in the sense because it's all there. If it's a growing block, where the past is determined and the present, but not the future, then there is the possibility for true or libertarian free will. Because the physical is a closed system, that's called determinism. And if you bring in quantum mechanics as an indeterminism, very significant philosophers, Peter van Inwagen in particular, has shown that free will is incompatible with both determinism and indeterminism. Both do not yield a true libertarian free will. So where are we then? And so these are the kinds of questions. The multi-world interpretation in quantum mechanics yields different senses of time, and in essence, free will is determined which world we go into in the quantum splits, and it's hard to analyze, but it should be analyzed. If you want to take free will seriously, you have to analyze it in terms of the multi-world. In theology, there are different approaches to free will. Predestination, which is a minority, but a minority in Christian views, says that God has determined everything, so it's God who chooses, and we have to submit, or however it goes. And so that's kind of a no free will. The opposite of God determining everything in absolute providential control, which isn't a predestination, is what's called open theology, which again is not a primary position, and that is that even God doesn't know the future. That the future is truly open. It is similar to a growing block universe, if you want to make that analogy, but because God knows everything, omniscient, but God knows everything that is possible to know. And it's not possible to know that a square, you can round off a square, or 2 and 2 equals 5. Those are not things you can know. And in a similar sense, you cannot know the future. That's the open theology. The question of God's foreknowledge, because that's in all of the Abrahamic scriptures, that God does know the future. How does that happen if human beings have free will, which is a critical part of any of the theological doctrine? And there's a huge literature. I mean, there are libraries full of books, and we deal with it on Closer to Truth, and it's a lot of fun and very probative of understanding the nature of God and time, is to ask how God can have foreknowledge. And there are many different theories. I only want to highlight one, which is the last one, called middle knowledge. It's a very innovative idea. I'd be shocked if this were a reality in any sense, even if I believed in God. But that says that God knew before the foundations of the world what every free creature, truly free creature, would do in every conceivable situation, so that God could pick of this unbelievably vast, I mean, it comes as close to infinity as you can without being at infinity. This incredibly vast repertoire universe of everybody in every situation doing different things. Then God picked out the world in which that all of those were brought together. So everybody is really doing what they would do with true free will. But at the same time, when God picked that universe, God knew that what everybody would do if they were put in the circumstances. I don't particularly like that view. I think it's a subtle way of really having no free will, but a lot of very good philosophers do believe that and do argue it. It's very contentious. Anyway, so that's my sense, and I want to leave you with the idea that in order to understand time, you really have to look at it from a human point of view in all of these different ways of thinking. That is that shows the richness of human thinking broadly as well as about time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very fascinating breakdown. Yes. Okay, we are running over time, so unfortunately no time for questions, but if there are any comments or questions, you can leave them in the chat. Hopefully, then you can take a look. We will go on to the final presentation today. That is Luka Kilberg from University of Ljubljana. Yeah, animistic temporal ontologies and the climate crisis.
Yes, hello, thank you. I will try to share now. So this, do you see?
Yes.
Anything yet?
Yeah, it's there.
Is there? Okay. So thank you. Yeah, very much for having me here to join this important gathering with many distinguished thinkers. Like it was said, my name is Luka Culiberg. I come from the University of Ljubljana, Department of Asian Studies. I will be short. I will try to keep within this 15 minutes today, so not to keep you too long, but we've heard in the previous presentation how time can be approached from various disciplinary points of view. And maybe the thing that I plan to do now is trying to show the anthropology point of view as well, in a way, because at present I am interested in a topic that is maybe somehow in the intersection of climate crisis and the, let's say, epistemological crisis within humanities regarding how to think humanity in the decaying world. Now, since the beginning of, let's say, 21st century, in scientific as well as in general discourse, more and more this term for new geological epoch that follows Holocene has been used to refer to the period of time during which humanity is actually becoming a planetary force of change. Is having their impact on the whole geological system, and this is the term of Anthropocene that started to be used. And then, of course, this is a concept of longue durée, of a long time that, you know, surpasses human awareness of time in a way. But within this context, we are started to reflect more and more on nature, accompanied by this growing recognition that maybe the so-called Western Industrial Revolution, which was grounded in modern scientific rationality, was somehow directly responsible for unprecedented levels of pollution, environmental degradation, and ecological imbalance. And this realization stimulated a wave of critical scholarship examining the supposed dichotomy between Western ontologies and some, let's say, indigenous worldviews regarding nature. Now, anyway, the idea of this difference between Western and Eastern conceptions of nature goes back a long way, but maybe one of these important or foundational texts in this genre was the Lynn White Jr.'s essay, The Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis, which was published in the 60s, where White's arguments trace these origins of modern ecological crisis back to medieval Christian thought. He was citing the Genesis creation story. He maintained that the Judeo-Christian theology established humanity's domination over nature through this sharp distinction between man created in God's image and the rest of creation, which was soulless and therefore somehow inferior. Now, according to White, this fostered this fostered an enduring indifference between the natural world and in the Western thought. His thesis was, of course, then rapidly taken up by scholars who, particularly those from maybe, let's say, non-Western backgrounds, who sought to challenge the cultural assumptions underlying Western conceptions of nature. In one case, in the same journal as White's essay was published, this is the Science magazine in the mid-70s, Watanabe Masao published an article titled The Conception of Nature in Japanese Culture, which offered really typical response in this genre, because he begins by illustrating how certain Japanese aesthetics, from ikebana, the flower arrangement, to chanoyu, this is a tea ceremony in Japan, haiku poetry, bonsai, etc., all these typical cultural stereotypes, reflect a deeply ingrained love and reverence for nature. And his argument was that for the Japanese, nature is not an object of exploitation or rational study, but a living context in which humans participate harmoniously. So Watanabe contrasted Western and Japanese worldviews of nature through historical, cultural, philosophical examples, trying to demonstrate, as I said, that in Japanese thought, nature is not an external object of domination, but a continuous field of relations in which humans participate. And by this, Watanabe explicitly questioned the universal validity of this so-called Enlightenment worldview that underpins the modern science and industrialization. And this critique aligns with, let's say, broader post-colonial turn in the humanities and social sciences, which scholars began to, in this turn, let's say, the scholars began to re-examine the epistemic dominance of Western rationalism and its claim to universality, and the emerging discourse argued that the Enlightenment separation of nature and culture was not universal human insight, but the historically situated worldview that basically marginalized other ways of knowing. And with this, within this context, attention turned back to the so-called indigenous ontologies, forms of thought that had been previously long dismissed under such labels as animism, and etc. But this modern re-evaluation of non-Western knowledge was often ambivalent, as it at its most superficially risked just degenerating into a performative dogma, that was casting West as inherently destructive and indigenous societies as inherently virtuous, which unfortunately leaves the deeper epistemological issues quite unresolved. So, for instance, in the case of Japan, the question is animism discourse an analytical tool that can explain specific type of inherently Japanese ontology, or does it just work on the level of discursive construction of like specific exclusivist, national narrative of national identity? And specifically in case of Japan, this is particularly interesting because Japan, for all purposes, is a very modern industrial nation with a lot of pollution problems, while of course proclaiming this animist ontology as at its core. So the question is here, is animism a conceptual tool that can help us overcome this mechanic understanding of nature as something external, and if it can realign our sensibilities towards our harmful actions towards nature? Now, there are some who argue that animism's return reflects more or less intellectual and moral anxieties of the Anthropocene, so that the popularity of such concepts as animism is less about faithfully representing some specific indigenous ontology and more about expressing a Western humanist search for alternatives amid now this present ecological crisis. So new animism in this reading is not a direct description of how non-Western peoples understand the world, but basically an analytical metaphor that allows Western scholars to critique their own modernity. So this new animism is not merely a descriptive ethnographic category, but a theoretical project that reconsiders these very epistemic foundations of the humanities and social sciences, because it challenges these inherited binaries of nature, culture, subject, object, belief, knowledge, etc., and calls for relational epistemologies that recognize knowledge as embedded, situated, and interdependent. So one part of this rethinking the whole nature was this was one part of this animistic ontologies, but another equally important part is how these indigenous societies understand not just nature but time itself. We've heard many aspects today in many interesting presentations already, and just as nature we see isn't some fixed and universal thing but something shaped by our ways of knowing, time is also a cultural construction rather than an objective neutral category. We've heard that a lot. And as Alfred Gell in his anthropological research says, we have no dedicated sense organ for the measurement of elapsed time, as we have, for instance, for vibrations in the air. So we hear sounds or wavelengths and relative position of light that strikes our retinas, so we can see light and colors and so on, but no real sensory organ for time. So when we speak about perception of time, we already speak metaphorically. So one aspect of anthropological research into different ontologies was also an exploration of how different cultures conceptualize time, of course, and what this means for thinking about the climate crisis. How to understand conceptualizations of time requires methodological tools and tools which can analyze how societies organize temporal sequences, cycles, futures. We've again heard many interesting explanations of these various aspects. And an important work was done by Alfred Gell's Anthropology of Time. He showed that we perceive change, rhythm, and movement, but time itself is a cultural construction pieced together from social practices, rituals, technologies, and expectations. And all are these things, these social practices, are things that structure time for us. So for Gell, time is not a metaphysical essence, but a practical achievement, a way that people coordinate activities, that the way they distribute power, manage obligations, and so on. And this is important because it challenges a common interpretation in the humanities and social sciences, this tendency to treat cultural ontologies of time, like cyclical, linear, event-based, future-oriented, as static and essentialized. But his critique cautions us against imagining that some societies live in a cyclical time and while others live in a linear time. Instead, he insists that temporalities are plural, situational, and are embedded in the practices of our everyday life. So how is it now with these animistic temporalities and the climate crisis? For instance, in Japanese Shinto and similar traditions, people are said to experience time through the changing seasons and the rituals that mark renewal, festivals that cleanse a place or honor the gods, refresh the bond between humans and the living natural world. And these aren't just symbolic, they are ways of participating in how time itself unfolds. Time, in this view, isn't a straight line or a neat cycle, but a rhythmic flow of life, which is shaped together by people, spirits, environment. So this also lines up with Tim Ingold's idea that time is a meshwork of ongoing movements, you know, a world that's always in the process of becoming. Now, from this perspective, animistic rituals are temporal techniques for maintaining balance within this modern human environment, right? They resonate with also Gell's concept of this task-oriented time, organized by events and processes that rather than abstract chronological units. And to contrast this with the temporality that dominates contemporary climate discourse, we can say that in the scientific climate discourse, of course, time is overwhelmingly linear, rising CO2 curves, countdowns to tipping points, you know, projections of future catastrophe. We have this very linear perspective, and this is a kind of quantified future-oriented temporality that sociologist Barbara Adam calls timescapes as a form of landscapes. So these complex temporal relations that include acceleration, anticipation, and compression of long-term ecological futures into present policy imperatives. And climate science operates through a model of time that is cumulative, in a way irreversible, and deeply bound to technological predictions. So interestingly, these two temporal frameworks, like cyclical regeneration and linear catastrophe, do not remain separate in everyday ecological practices, like specifically if I was talking now about Japan, because they converge what I called in green rituals. So these recycling routines that people do all the time, which is like recycling, carbon offset purchases, trying to consume environmentally friendly branded products, and etc. And on one hand, these practices functions like a ritual, cyclically, you know, cleansing consumption and restoring some sense of moral balance, very much like modern rituals of purification. Every time I buy an eco bag or eco-friendly product, I participate, right? But on the other hand, they are framed within the linear narrative, because each time I do a ecologically friendly ritualistic move, it is a small step toward preventing some sort of future disaster. And this ambivalence illustrates this Gell's core insight. You know, temporality is mediated through social practices. Everyday ecological behavior draws simultaneously on cyclical cycles, capitalist consumption rhythms, and linear scientific futures of what's going to happen if we don't change our behavior. So here time emerges through these relations between consumer and commodities, how we purchase things, between humans and ecosystems, between policy models and lived experience, etc. So temporalities are not something that cultures have, but they are material discursive practices enacted through relations. So to conclude this in a way, if we take seriously this argument, then the question is not, you know, which cultures have cyclical time or which cultures have linear time, but it's rather how do different temporal practices emerge through the entanglement of ritual, ecology, capitalism, science, and daily life. So this shifts the discussion from ontological typologies to temporal assemblages, dynamic configurations that combine rhythm, duration, anticipation, repetition, and moral significance of time. Right? So together they allow us to understand how temporality of the climate crisis emerges from the interplay of cyclical animistic renewal, linear scientific futurity, or the hybrid green rituals of everyday ecological consumption, as I mentioned. So rather than viewing this as incompatible ontologies, we can see them as intertwined temporal practices. Each is shaping how we imagine ecological futures and how we act within them. And with this, I can conclude my presentation. Then thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much for another different perspective on a different ideas regarding ecology. Yes. Any comments? Any questions? We have 5 minutes before the next session, so colleagues.
Time is running faster and faster.
Truly.
So changing. Time is changing all the time. At
I
the
tried
beginning,
to be as quick
at
as
the
possible
beginning it
here.
was
Yes,
stopping.
No, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfectly
Yeah.
in time.
But I know we were running a bit late. Yeah. So.
No,
Yes.
but it's great. It's great information flow. Thank you so much, and thanks also, Robert's no more there, but you can see he published a huge research on consciousness. Thank you so much for regarding environmental. It's a pity that we have in Latvia University we have a philosopher dealing with also with animal and environmental issues, but he will see just your presentation on a screen, unfortunately. But that would be enormously interesting for him. Yeah, what to do? At least after.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes. Any other questions should be directed through emails. Yeah. All the emails can be seen in the program. So if you have any questions or any ideas how to collaborate in the future regarding these topics, yeah, please use the email function or messaging here in the chat immediately. Okay. Any last comments? No?
Fantastic discussions. That's all I'll say. Thank you so much. It's such a rich panorama that you're creating and curating. All of us are, getting richer, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention also that the recording is in progress, so all the presentations will be available later if you want to go check back in case you missed something. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. That is all from me. And we are 3 minutes until the next panel. Yeah, so very short break.
And there will be another moderator, Professor Jānis Priede, and he will moderate the next session. So everything is clear and he's online. So in 3 minutes we're meeting. Thank you so much. So see you in 3.
Good evening. Hello. Hello.
Hi, hello, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
We gathering already
Nice to see you.
slowly. We will have another moderator for this session, Professor Jānis Priede. And so we starting. The first presenter will be Professor Lili Hua, and the second one will be Gertrude Uzo, from Nigeria, and then Professor Enula Medatli as the head of the Institute of Philosophy of in Baku, Azerbaijan, our close friend from Azerbaijan. We're just waiting 1 minute more than moderator is coming, and then we starting.
Okay.
Immediately. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, colleagues, it's my pleasure to start this session. And as the first of the session, we will have the presentation on cognition of solar calendar, Gregorian calendar, among intellectuals in Latin and Republican China. And the presenter will be associate professor from the South China Normal University, Lili Hua. So, Professor, please, the seat is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Lili Hua from South China Normal University. It is a great honor to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and Dr. Luo Mengyuan, who is in the hospital today. So I will be giving the presentation. Today I will talk about how modern Chinese intellectuals came to understand and accept the Gregorian or solar Yangli in Chinese from the calendar from the late Qing dynasty to the Republican era. My argument is that calendar reform in modern China was not just a technical change in how people count days. It reveals a deeper transformation from the traditional realm of Tianxue, which means heavenly studies closely tied to political power, to modern science, understood as rational public knowledge. It also shows how calendrical knowledge moved from the imperial monopoly at the court to broad circulation among teachers, publishers, scientists, and ordinary readers. Because the calendar in China was an important symbol of political legitimacy and cultural orthodoxy, the arrival of the Western calendar immediately raised sensitive questions. Would adopting the Gregorian calendar undermine China's zhengtong, its orthodox line of rule? Or could this foreign calendar be treated as a neutral tool for modern society? My talk will follow how Chinese intellectuals answered these questions over time. So I would like to address three related questions, which are, firstly, how did Chinese intellectuals perceive the Gregorian calendar in the late Qing and the Republican period? And secondly, how did their views shift from political or orthodox concerns to scientific and practical concerns? And thirdly, how did the popularization of calendar knowledge help transform Tianxue into modern science? In brief, I will argue from the late 19th century to the Republican period. Many intellectuals moved from saying the calendar does not need to be changed to saying the traditional lunar calendar is no longer adequate for our time. So in this progress, the heavy political and orthodox meanings attached to the calendar were gradually peeled away, while scientific reasoning and practical convenience became the main criteria. At the same time, calendar knowledge was popularized through textbooks, newspapers, and popular science writings. This turned calendrical knowledge from sacred imperial expertise into a modern scientific field open to the public. So I will start from late Qing dynasty, and first of all, I will introduce some background. We know that in imperial China, the calendar was more than a device for counting days. It was a core symbol of dynastic legitimacy and the zhengtong, the orthodox of the rule. So to determine the calendar was a special power of the emperor. Calendrical calculation belonged to Tianxue, which is a specialized and often sacred field that included astronomy, astrology, and the interpretation of omens. they were all controlled by the court. So when Western calendrical systems entered China in the 19th century through missionaries, trade-port practice, and diplomatic documents, Chinese intellectuals naturally viewed them through this, orthodox lens. The key question was, would adopting a foreign calendar threaten China's political and cultural orthodoxy? One of the earliest systematic attempts to understand the Western calendar appears in Wei Yuan's expanded illustrated treatise on the Maritime Kingdoms. In the 1850s, he added a table comparing Chinese and Western calendars. There, he tried to explain in relatively scientific terms the principles and characteristics of the Western system. He accepted new concepts such as the globe and geographical coordinates, and he recognized that a solar-based calendar had advantages, more stable solar terms and smaller long-term error. However, he still misunderstood some key points, such as the rules for leap years, and he did not fully grasp the long-term precision of the Gregorian reform. Only after consulting more Western materials did he realize that the Gregorian calendar had already been widely adopted in Europe. More importantly, even after he acknowledged its technical advantages, Wei Yuan still treated calendrical calculation as distant from ordinary people's lives. For him, it was a matter of statecraft, not yet a question of modern social coordination. And about a generation later, the situation began to change, especially among those intellectuals who had lived abroad. Figures such as Huang Junxian, Qian Danshili, and Meng Sen experienced the Gregorian calendar in the concrete rhythms of daily life in Japan. In the book titled Japan, A Country History, Huang Junxian corrected some of Wei Yuan's mistakes and gave a more accurate explanation of leap years. Living in a country that had already adopted the Gregorian calendar made him more aware of its practical advantages for organizing modern society. And Qian Danshili, in her travel diary, and the historian Meng Sen both recorded how they had to deal with the solar calendar in everyday affairs, like appointments, school schedules, transportation, and meeting times, and so on. Through these personal experiences, the Western calendar ceased to be only a political symbol or a distant curiosity. It became a practical tool shaping daily activities. As a result, the criteria by which they evaluated the calendar gradually shifted from questions of orthodox to questions of accuracy, regularity, and convenience. And by the end of the 19th century, some intellectuals openly called for calendar reform. For example, in 1896, the publisher Gao Mengdan wrote in the Global magazine that most countries had already adopted a common calendar. If China insists on maintaining a different system, he argued, it would create obstacles in diplomacy, communication, and commerce. So, from an international perspective, he thought that adopting the Gregorian calendar would stabilize people's minds and facilitate relations with other nations. And in 1909, Meng Sen, the editor of Eastern Miscellany, returned to the issue. He argued that the adoption of the Gregorian calendar was becoming inevitable in practice. Many diplomatic and legal documents already used the Western dates, and the traditional calendar was losing its authority as the unique official time. Around the same time, Liang Qicao reflected on his earlier mockery of Japan for abandoning its traditional calendar. With hindsight, he admitted this came from cultural arrogance. If we judge only by reasonableness and usefulness, he wrote, the irregular leap months and the leap years of the traditional lunar calendar were no longer sufficient for the need of the present age. So this is what happened in the late Qing dynasty. And in the Republic era, with the founding of the Republic in 1912, long-standing calls for reform became political reality. The new regime officially adopted the Gregorian calendar as the national calendar and abolished dynastic era names and introduced a new year counting system. Many intellectuals welcome this reform as one whose benefits outweigh the drawbacks. They knew that the Gregorian calendar had a more stable year length, fixed months, and clear alignment with the solar year. However, many ordinary people held strong doubts and misunderstandings. For example, some of them argued that China, as an agriculture country, had to keep the older calendar because only the traditional system preserved the 24 solar terms. Others feared that adopting the Gregorian calendar meant worshipping Western orthodoxy and betraying China's legitimate tradition. And there are still many people felt emotionally attached to the Lunar New Year and saw the change as a threat to their customs. So intellectuals soon realized that an official decree alone was not enough. There was no need of the times to explain the Gregorian calendar clearly, to justify the reform with scientific arguments, and to correct the popular misunderstandings. A good example is an article that was published in 1912 in the Educational Review published by the Commercial Press. It stressed the historical importance of adopting the Gregorian calendar and called on educators to help people adjust their ideas and habits so that they could adapt to the new system. So in the following years, many writers focused on two sensitive issues: the solar terms and Zhengtong, were orthodoxy. First, they dealt with the belief that only the traditional calendar preserved the 24 solar terms, and therefore only it could serve farmers. They say that they explained that the solar terms are defined purely by the sun's movement and can be represented just as well with a solar calendar. In other words, keeping the solar terms does not require keeping the entire traditional calendar. And secondly, they addressed the idea that changing the proper beginning of the year, or we call 正朔 in Chinese, was a betrayal of Chinese orthodoxy. Some people argued that the Qing dynasty had already adopted Western astronomical methods, but still preserved the ancient summer calendar, and that moving the new year to January the 1st was therefore illegitimate. In response, thinkers such as Gao Mengdan and Gao Lu re-examined the historical evolution of Zhengshou. They showed that all the theories about changing surnames and calendars and the rotation of three proper beginnings had long lost their real political force. Across the Song dynasty, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasty, regimes of very different origins had in practice all used the same basic calendar. In this way, Zhengshou appears as a historical and flexible concept, not a fixed sacred rule, which cannot serve as an absolute argument against the modern calendar reform. And some Republican scientists went even further. For example, Zhu Kezhen suggested that the spring might be an even more rational starting point for the year than the traditional Lunar New Year, because it better reflects astronomical and seasonal realities. We have also need to say that the intellectuals in the Republican era did not treat the Gregorian calendar as perfect. Because influenced by global calendar reform movements, they were aware that aware of its structure defects, like unequal month lengths, seasons of slightly different lengths, and the fact that weeks do not divide evenly into months and years. Astronomers such as Gao Pingzi criticized the Gregorian calendar as somewhat irregular and not fully suited to the needs of modern industry society. And Chinese writers also introduced international reform proposals such as the world calendar and the 13 months calendar, and discussed their possible advantages and drawbacks. Yet, despite these criticisms, most intellectuals conclude that, compared with the traditional Chinese lunisolar system, the Gregorian calendar was better suited to serve as the national standard of a modern state. They were not arguing for a return to the old calendar. Rather, they were trying to imagine reforms beyond the Gregorian structure. In this sense, Chinese intellectuals should have been seen as active participants in global debates about how to rationalize timekeeping, or passive followers of the Gregorian standards. So far, I have focused on elite debates. In the final part, I turn to popularization of calendar knowledge. Under the empire, calendrical calculation was specialized knowledge. Only the officers in the court can control. Ordinary people used printed calendars, but they did not understand the underlying principles. Calendar knowledge remained part of Tianxue. The Republican period changed this in two ways. For one, it opened calendrical knowledge to a much wider group of readers, and it translated this expertise into the language of modern science for ordinary readers. Surprisingly, scholar textbook played only a limited role, with a few exceptions. Most primary and secondary textbooks gave very little explanation of calendars. By contrast, commercial publishing and mass media became the most dynamic arena. Newspapers, magazines such as Eastern Miscellany, and popular science journals and stand-alone books provide space for introducing and debating calendar-related topics. And the authors explain the basic principles such as the solar year, the lunar months, leap years, solar terms, and time zones. They also compared different calendars, including the traditional Chinese calendar and the Gregorian systems, and they discussed controversial issues such as whether the solar calendar could serve agricultural needs or whether the Lunar New Year should be preserved as a culture festival. And the mediators were very diverse. Well-known scientists such as Zhu Kezhen, who gave public talks on the solar and the lunar calendars, and the enlightened publisher and the intellectuals like Gao Mengdan, who wrote clear and accessible essays, and many anonymous contributors who published the short pieces in local newspapers and magazines. And through their efforts, calendar knowledge gradually took on the form and self-image of modern science. It was present as general rational knowledge based on observation and calculation. It was detached from the exclusive authority of the emperor and the court. And it was framed as something every modern citizen ought to understand, not as something, mysterious. Calendar reform thus became a concrete case of socialization of scientific knowledge in modern China, a process in which traditional Tianxue was redefined, repackaged, and disseminated as modern science. So to make a conclusion, from the late Qing to Republican era, different generations of Chinese intellectuals gave different answers to the question of whether and how to adopt the Gregorian calendar. But taken together, their response reveals a clear trend. The trend is like, firstly, the political and the orthodox meanings attached to the calendar were gradually stripped away. And secondly, scientific reasoning and practical considerations became increasingly important. And calendar knowledge moved from the court to the classroom, the print press, and the public sphere. So calendar reform, therefore, is not just a story about technical standards. It is a story about how a traditional field of Tianxue was transformed into a modern science, and how that science was socialized as public knowledge and common sense. So by examining this case, we can better understand how modern Chinese intellectuals from the late Qing dynasty negotiated between tradition and modernity, and between political orthodoxy and scientific rationality, in something as concrete and everyday as the way people reckon time. So that is all about my report. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, please, Professor Kaspars, you.
No, thanks. Just Lilu Kaģa, professor, is a close friend of mine, and I'm very, very happy about his participation.
Yeah, and of course, the calendar reform is always very delicate and very important question, especially if we look from the historical perspective, even in Latvia, from where this conference is broadcasted. So we have a calendar reform and counter-reform and a lot of violence going on here. So thank you very much for your presentation. And maybe there are some questions. Please.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Please, do we have some questions now, or let's leave them for the end of our section? So I don't see anybody having a question at this moment. Please, you can afterwards send the questions also in written form, and we will look on them at the end of the section. And then maybe let's move to our second presenter. It is from Nigeria, Gertrude Ozo, and affiliation, as I see, is Adabugo House of Stories. So Gertrude, please.
She sent recently a message that she can't participate today, and asked to move her, let us say, her presentation for tomorrow. Although everybody received the message, but okay, it's very interesting. It's very interesting presentation, and we will find a space for her. So we can just, I'm the information for moderator, so sorry, because she sent recently. So we can move to the next presenter, which moderator knows already.
It is Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Azerbaijan National Academy of Science, and it is Associate Professor Einullah Madatli. Please, and your presentation, the cyclical situation, temporality in the understanding of time among Turks and modernity. Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, best greetings and best wishes from Azerbaijan. and to Professor Kaspars and to my distinguished colleagues. Now, as you stated, cyclical and situational temporalities in the Turkic conception of time and modernity. Reassessment of ancient periods through the lens of contemporary scientific theory offers valuable insights, particularly when human society becomes the object of inquiry. Although the history of science contains extensive research on societal development, the situations becomes more complex when focusing on the emergence of specific communities and their collective modes of life. The concept of Turkic societies and Turkic civilization belong to the category of topics whose scientific study has yet to achieve comprehensive systematicity. In this context, a specific point requires emphasis. European scholars have made significant contributions to the study of Turkic life phase, administrative structures, and cultural forms, especially from the universal scientific perspective. Their role in the reconstruction of pre-Islamic Turkic history is particularly notable. For instance, Turkish scholar Adam Tutar, in his work on pre-Islamic Turkic history, highlights the findings of various churchological studies and the contributions of the Vienna School, whose members conducted extensive research on the Turkic peoples. These studies reveal attempts to understand the ancient Turks' way of life, and their philosophical efforts towards forming themselves as a coherent community. The Vienna School, for example, introduced the concept of the warrior shepherds, proposing that this steppe Turkic culture served as a significant stimulus for the development of global civilization. A particularly meaningful dimension of Turkic cultural formation concerns their conception of time. Research demonstrates that Turkic peoples possessed distinctive cosmological notions from antiquity. In this worldview, time functions not merely as an external metric, but as an inner experience and a mode of unity with nature. Time is ontologically embedded in the Turkish way of life. The Turks understood time not through human-constructed criteria, but as an inherent mode of existence. This principle occupies a central place in Turkic cosmological and mythological thought. Philosophically, these conceptions link human and collective existence to a divinely sourced rhythm. Thus, the Turks identified himself with the cosmos and adopted a holistic approach to being. Two major dimensions render the notion of time particularly salient for the Turkic peoples. First, Turkic society as a form of collective life emerged both in time and through time. This includes its moral, ethical, and cognitive identities, as well as all aspects of its way of life. In modern theoretical terms, Turkic thought may be characterized as deeply intertwined with the principle of understanding time as time. The Turk both creates time and animates it internally. This highly complex philosophy requires a holistic methodological framework that is largely absent in Western intellectual traditions. Second, in the cosmological context, time shaped the philosophy underlying the political, social, and state-building practices of the Turks. These included first, the principles of collective self-organization. Second, the legal and ideological characteristics of Turkic socio-political life. Throughout history, the Turks sought to maintain a balance between demographic self-organization and characteristics of political, social, cultural, and state structures. Within this equilibrium, the cyclicality of time has always held particular significance. For the Turks, time is a reality confined to the boundaries within which humanity itself is sustained. A conception of time beyond these limits was considered unacceptable. The moral and cognitive boundaries of this understanding are reflected in three fundamental principles that have been central to Turkic thought since antiquity: the law of the ruler, the law of the council, the law of yosun. These three principles form the foundation of both the Turkic self-formation process and the philosophy of collective governance. Accordingly, justice within the framework of Turkic temporal cyclicality cannot be reduced to a merely ethical category. For the Turks, time is ontological, an essential attribute of existence. The rhythm of time represents the dynamic of Turkic inner experience and its spiritual manifestation in the Turkic self. Thus, time also possesses a sacred dimension. Furthermore, the cyclicality of time connects directly within Turkish civilization and state-building philosophies. These spheres are deeply interconnected, and their legal regulatory mechanisms embodied in the three laws noted above are clearly defined. From the perspective of time, the Turks clarified two essential principles. Collective existence must always remain in harmony with nature, and law and legality are ontologically inseparable. In the Turkic state, the ruler's authority is defined by töre. Justice, valor, orderliness, and fidelity to moral tradition constitute the principal values. A ruler was expected to uphold social justice. Indeed, ancient Turkic traditions held that an unjust ruler should be punished by designated nobles. The ruler's primary duty was to ensure the security of society through strict adherence to the law. The council also possessed legislative authority, and its law carried significant weight. How the ruler's law ultimately held precedence. Divan law was essential to social regulation. Alongside this, the yosun law held exceptional importance. Pre-Islamic in origin, yosun governed the forms of collective life, from family to clan, tribe, people, and nation, reflecting the principles that theory must be upheld at all levels of social organizations. Throughout history, a proportion of and application of these three legal types evolved according to the scale and functionality of collective life. This adaptability is a defining feature of Turkic legal tradition. Professor Halil Çin notes that the most famous rule of Ottoman law was that with the change of time, legal judgments would also change. This underscores the structural connection between history and law in the Turkic world. Examples from pre-Islamic Turkic states further illustrate this pattern. For the Turkic people, the concept of time is foundational factor of existence at both individual and collective levels. The Turks have understood the nature of time in each historical era through the situational temporality inherent in that era's socio-cultural and political dynamics. For these theses to remain valid, the Turkic peoples preserved the essential structure of their legal systems across historical periods. The central principles of this structure include the unity of social self-organization, the consul and the ruler as an integrated legal system, the primacy of social self-organization, which served as the basis for the other two forms of law. The continual adaptation of legal system to the changing realities of historical time. From these principles, a general thesis concerning the role of time in contemporary Turkic philosophies of social and state formation may be formulated. In the modern historical era, the role of time in the Turkic philosophies of community building and state building has become increasingly salient. The Turks continue to interpret this process through the enduring tradition of harmony with nature and the principle of self-organization. Today, Turkic states, including Azerbaijan, remain attentive to social self-organization as reflected in constitutional frameworks. Dear colleagues, the complexities of the 21st century present new challenges for the development of statehood. Research shows that the Turkic people continue to uphold traditional notions of law, justice, and humaneness. In this context, tradition represents temporal cyclicality, while modernity represents situational temporality. As throughout history, so too in the future, Turkic states will remain within the essential framework of statehood and collective life, a framework sustained by the unity of temporal cyclicality and situational temporality. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize if some pronunciation, my difficulties, and I think maybe translation from Azeri Turkish to English was not so comfortable for me. But anyway, thank you very much for your attention.
No, thank you very much. It was very, very understandable. So you say that the notion of time is something, if I understand correctly, something like the social self-organization that in different periods or epochs are different or the same. How it is?
I think this is different because this is going from ancient time and mainly traditions and some traditions make a significant role here. That's why it's different.
Oh yeah, no, it is very interesting. Maybe any other question, please? Okay, it's possible to send also the questions in the chat to answer maybe at the end of the section. So thank you, Professor, very, very much for your presentation. And let us move in our section forwards. Let's move to our next presenter. It's from the India, from Jamia Militia Islamika, New Delhi, Adil Akbar, and the presentation title is Temporal Horizons and Educational Aspirations, Navigating Linear and Cyclical Time in Rural Indian Skill Development. Please, are you here, Adil? Adil, I don't see among the... No. Okay, if maybe...
It seems like they're not here.
Yeah, maybe we'll join.
Here, we can switch to Ingrid probably to next one. Probably he's coming after.
Move. And if, by the way, Adil just join us, so he will be the last one in our section. So please, Ingrid, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, colleagues. So it happened that I was just ready to start. Yes, my presentation will be a little bit also linked thematically with the theme of the Ottoman Empire. I'll share my screen, but not directly. Okay, can you see my presentation? Yes. From the start, and we have the slideshow. Good. So it's about the differences in the perception of time between the Middle East and the West, but not as such, not from the study of the environment, of the culture, of their mentality, but as depicted in Amin Rihani's Anglophone works only. And so this little study is rather focused on the presentation by this Arab-American author that he made especially for the Anglophone audiences. First of all, who was Amin Rihani? He was a Lebanese Christian and born in Lebanon, in Freike, as you see, 1876. Just a second, yes. And he very early, only 12 years old, was brought to the States for the first time. So the rest of his life he traveled to, then it wasn't Lebanon yet, it was a part of the Ottoman Empire, it was Mount Lebanon, it was the Syrian province. So he traveled all the time between these two countries and became completely bicultural and bilingual. And he was one of the first visible Arab Americans. Why do I say visible? Because at that time there were very many immigrants, especially Christians from the Ottoman Empire, and most of them, very many of them, were not very rich, and they did not participate in American cultural life. They didn't sit in the educated circles. They sold they kept shops, they worked like peddlers. Yes, but he was one who had good start in life. And already in Lebanon, he started publishing works in Arabic, then started also publishing in English, and is called the father of Arab American literature. He was the force behind the Bond of the Pen, which was a very influential alliance of Arab immigrant writers in the USA at the beginning of 20th century that completely changed Arab literature. And he influenced Khalil Gibran, who wrote The Prophet. So he was the inspiration, the silent force. And he wrote two very interesting books in which he argues a lot, negotiates a lot, trying to change the image of the Oriental. And so why him? Why did I choose him? Because he was actively trying to perform this cultural mediation, to re-explain the Orient to the Americans, especially focusing on the aspects which were considered very negative by them. And one of them indeed was the perception of time. And at that time, I'd say there was very little that an Oriental could do to be accepted in the American or in general in the Western society. First of all, as an Arab, on one hand, he was considered not quite white. On the other hand, he was just joining the tradition of the love for everything Oriental that was very characteristic of the artistic and learned cycles in New York, in Boston. And here you see Amin Rihani with a pipe. As we see here, we can perceive him as an expert, totally how to say, Western style, American style, with a pipe, of course, which is not quite the style of these days. And here, for contrast, we see the photographs and the portrait of young Khalil Gibran, who was also painted, and he was more perceived as a young, maybe prince, maybe potential prophet. So people were fascinated. But Amin Rihani went for another style. He wanted to perform as the teacher from the East and as the expert. So he always demonstrated his wide learning, always quoted all the authors he could remember from the East and the West. But it was just the introduction. Why him? So here are two quotations. One is about Kathleen Rain, about why Khalil Gibran became so influential and was perceived this way in the society of that time. And the second is by Wael Hassan in the immigrant narratives about the roles that were available for the Orientals at that time. So we'll proceed. And the main problem here, it's again a quotation from Wael Hassan, that as a representative of the Orient, he was perceived as the speaker, as spokesperson of his, how to say, of his people, of his culture. And being completely bilingual and bicultural, he indeed could do so, and therefore he perceived that as his life mission to become a cultural mediator. And here is the most important problem that he had to overcome. And namely, as we already heard, and we hear more tomorrow, the perception of time and the management of time differed strikingly in the society he was trying to address and to explain his own people, the Orientals, the Middle Eastern people, the people of the Ottoman Empire to them. First of all, there was this persisting image, as I put here, one of the Orientalist paintings, which usually show people sitting, doing absolutely nothing, at full leisure, at rest, idle, and this was considered terrible. It's not even the Catholic the sin as sloth in the Catholic sense. It was the Protestant ethic of which Max Weber writes so nicely, which says that you must work hard. You just get up in the morning and you work hard. You are extremely diligent from the morning to the night, and you are precise. So Max Weber is the work that very nicely puts this explains this background. And at that time, it still was the beginning of the 20th century, whatever the United States might be now, then they had very strong Protestant background, not so much Calvinism, but Protestant for sure. And this is what he had to address. And also this stock image of the lazy Oriental. Here I put a lot of quotations from Max Weber with a picture of how they had to toil from the morning to the night. And here, inactive complaint, it's from Internet Archive, very nice quotations. Time is money. Next, for example, danger of relaxation. Inactive contemplation is also valueless. So we have hard work all the time. So sitting down, like in this picture, would be, first of all, of course, it would attract attention, that like something extremely exotic and sensual. And on the other hand, it was breach of all the moral values, how this person could be good at all. And here I examine two works, it's just the cover that's beautiful, of Amin Rihani's works, where he tries to undermine this stereotype, and he tries to subvert it completely. So here in the book of Khalid, he mentions the lotus eaters of the East with great sarcasm, and the protagonist is speaking about going to loaf to the hills of Lebanon to join the lotus eaters of the East. If you remember the Tennyson's poem, the original Greek origins, so it is the place where everyone just eats some magic flower and falls asleep, you see. So this is loafing, and this is a horrible moral danger. This is not acceptable. It's simply not done in that society. Yes, we will see later how he does it. And when Amin Rihani completely understands the stereotypes, the constructs of the Orient, of the Occident, of which one of the most striking differences is the time flow in each system, like they have detached coordinate systems. While he describes the bazaar in an Arab country where happens all kinds of action. Just second. Oh, yes. This should be underlined under language stream. Yes, so they sit, they wait indifferently for Allah's bounties, and all the action that happens, like shuffle along, like sing, like run, also is somehow creates the feeling of a static picture. The action happens, but there is no development, and it's called lazy stream. Weirdly, because when we have a similar description of the harbor of the city of New York, There is wealth and power and scurry and hurry and bring, and so here the action is depicted as moving forward. So we could say that here we have the action more circular, like the same is happening for centuries, and there are some ancient ruins like a temple and the mosque. But here we see this fast forward American lifestyle time. And here I just analyzed the process of culture mediation. First of all, he established own position based on strong Western stereotypes and stock images. He used the existing positive Western stereotypes and used an important time dimension, which was the depth, the enormous depth of Middle Eastern history, making his audiences just be fascinated by the enumeration of historical events and ruins. Undermining, of course, undermining the existing negative Western stereotypes, the lazy Oriental, and turning indolence into contemplation, as we see in the following quotation. And there happened subversion of the positive image of Westerners, where hard work was turned into deficiency, because it was described as lack of spirituality. And in the last slide of this presentation, I'll show how he also condemned the same overly marked activity in Eastern cultures too. So here we have the first page of his path of vision, and we have the languor and indolence as main characteristics of, as he says, weak and oppressed nations which are fundamentally spiritual, where he means his own nation. Next, he goes on arguing that in America, people are too materialistic, and they have unrest and discontent. They're rushing somewhere because they don't have the spirituality, while in the Orient, any tent maker might be a philosopher, a poet, or astronomer. So there, sitting down and being lazy is maybe contemplation. Maybe they're inventing something. Maybe they're creating great poetry. And here he goes on constructing the binary opposition, the constructs of Orient and Occident. First of all, contrasting the spiritual wealth with worldly poverty as main values. The living breath of ancient history, as you see, he calls the theater of the ancient world his native land, land of legend and prophecy. I'm afraid when I put it full screen, something, the underlines moved. Where the seasons come and go, the ruins stay, the centuries flow, and the picture, in fact, it's some still life with changing seasons, slow motion. He stresses a little bit on ancient lineage, again adding the historical dimension, and all the time pointing out that Americans lack history. So their time span is shorter, like his is his thousands of years, while they have maybe a couple of hundreds. Yes, next we can see also the metaphoric depiction of so-called slowness of the Orientals as maybe sleep or coma or being frozen in time just to leap to activity and overpower the West in the future, hopefully. And we can again see the word choice when he depicts the East. It's rest or snooze or coma or lethargy or asleep. It's always this, how to say, specific semantic fields. Yes. And now we go to the punchline where he undermines the stereotype, subverting the meaning, and this needs special attention. And this is here the main quotation, where he says, "And Khalid once said to me, in loafing here, I work as hard as like people who labor hard on these pyramids. And I believe him, for is not a book greater than a pyramid. And then a man who conceives and writes a great book has done more work. And here he loafs after the manner of the great thinkers and mystics, and he adds an enormous list of famous names." So you see that here is complete change of meaning, where he equates the hard work like the outward loafing with hard spiritual or mental or creative work. And therefore he makes the Oriental look mystical and thinking about something great. Here is another example of how many, this is also an outstanding piece where he just enumerates. I put the whole page because it contains only list of historical places and names, which on one side shows his knowledge of both cultures and proves that he's an expert. On the other side, it impresses the reader. And this is my last quotation, where he says, "For the dervish who whirls himself into a foaming ecstasy of devotion, and the strenuous American who works himself up to a sweeting ecstasy of gain, are the two poles of the same absurdity, the two ends of one evil." So I hope that it's obvious now how he managed to undermine the stereotype of the lazy Oriental, understanding, I think, more through intuition than through conscious knowledge, the different concepts of and the feeling of time in these two societies. And this is his work of culture mediation and culture translation that I think turned out to be rather successful. So in short, he tried to show something that looked as a great shortcoming and evil as a very attractive, positive thing. I think, thank you for attention. The time's over.
Thank you very, very much, Ingrid. So while we are still waiting for questions, maybe the first one from my side, just thinking, since Rihani is, let's say, Lebanese Christian author, isn't so?
Yes,
so it would be interesting to see if how this laziness in some, maybe this indulgence and so is connected with the Old Testament knowledge Rihani, of course, had. Because if we think about such authors as, let's say, Ecclesiastes, where speaking about what profit we have from all the toil which we toil under the sun, and the sun rises and sunsets and nothing new under the sun. So this from one side, this attitude, and from other side, this enjoy the life, eat your bread, enjoy your life together with wife, be tranquil, but work and do good things. It is. Is it something connected with Rihani?
Well, I believe, and Proverbs, that stress, that you should work. Yes, and enjoy at the same time. Yes, as a Christian, first of all, I wanted to say it, but there was no time, that in fact, being Christian, he was somehow spiritually, very much spiritually disconnected from the mainly Islamic atmosphere of the Ottoman Empire, just because there was this system of autonomous communities in the Ottoman Empire. So they had their own environment. And I believe that exactly what you said, he is implementing, but he has been by American lifestyle very much. And then he maybe shifted his perception. So he does not, I don't know if I'm answering your question now. If not, please correct me. But as I understand that he was a hybrid person who had this background and moved away from it into more, creating hybrid religions. Yes, his Christian background stayed as the moral base. And he agreed, I think, even more with you, what you said that about Ecclesiastes, that all the work that you do is for nothing, and you just on one side. But on the other side, he still believed in this hard work. But this, he contrasts, it was hard work, but not to the level of being overly obsessed with it, which was characteristic sometimes of the business circles of America. And exactly people who had this American spirit were his audience. And they didn't quite understand this these nuances. I don't know if I answered your question. Maybe
yes, I think yes. So my question was he himself taken by this Protestantic hardworking ethics, or he just remained as a, let's say, a normal Near Eastern Christian in this perception of you are within the time, you do what you can and you do as well as you can, but not taking it maybe too seriously.
Exactly. No, he was not carried away by this Protestant ethics. On the contrary, most of his writings are against it, and he argues that he doesn't call it Protestant, though. Maybe he did not understand to the end how Protestantist was. I think he just perceived it as American business spirit. Nothing else, because I haven't found in any of his writings that he connects it to religion. He believes that this stems from the lust of gain and love for the cash register, not for spirituality. And from his own Middle Eastern Christianity, he drifted away also because he was extremely critical of the church. He was even excommunicated, as I believe. I have to check the fact, but I think he was, for writing horrible pamphlets. I should check this fact, but I believe I read it once. So
maybe some more questions.
Oh no.
So
yes,
because I'm taking your time. Maybe
yes.
Another one. Okay.
No more questions?
Yes, but we will have also, I think, tomorrow, and you will, you have, all of you have in the conference program, you have the email addresses of the presenters. So it's always to start some discussion on the points you have interest in. Professor Kaspars Kļaviņš is also here. Maybe I would suggest to close this first day, or
sorry,
maybe you have some finish
Adil
works.
is here.
What?
We have the previous
good.
presenters here.
Great.
So
Thank
it
you.
is Gertrude here.
Adil.
Thank you very much.
Adil is here. Perfect, Adil. So please, Adil, you are from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. And your presentation, as far as I understand, is about temporal horizons and educational aspirations, navigating a linear cyclical time in rural Indian skill development. Please go ahead.
Actually, I joined that very late, so I couldn't understand much of it. I'm audible.
Do you have presentation, let's say something to show also, some presentation, or just you present something?
Actually, I joined this meeting late, so I couldn't understand what was happening there and what was the theme of it.
So, but are you going to present now?
No, not right now.
Okay. So it means we will close this this section today. Maybe the last words of from Kaspars Kļaviņš, who is, let's say, guiding. Microphone.
Thank you so much, and thanks to moderator and thanks to everybody, and thanks to Ilse for the administrative all the procedure, and also to all our friends, Professor Enula Madatli from Azerbaijan, who is cooperating in the context of philosophy. Robert has had to leave for another event, but I will send him greetings via email. So regarding tomorrow, our presenter from Nigeria could not participate today, but her paper is enormously interesting. So we will